You pick up the... No, give it a rest. You A soft golden glow shines. The building notice board stands beside a communal area, full of ads and scraps of the residents' daily lives. Above your head, seagulls wheel and dive. Fairly standard fare for a notice board. A notice for a cat lost months ago, next to a printed out sign advertising private maths lessons for struggling students. One notice, however, stands out solely because the original printed sheet has been altered by multiple scrawls in a variety of colours and hands. The piece of handwritten paper declares, the rules are very clear, read them and understand them. No gathering after 10 p.m. We can hear you clomping about and we've had enough. Beneath that, the responses read, "She thinks she the cops. Fuck you! You don't run the building. We know this is you, Mrs. Kavanagh." Fun-hating, inappropriately authoritative, low. That's Esty. She must have married, either that or changed her name. A life sacrificed on the altar of her cover. You know that she is known in this building as Mrs. Kavanagh. That is something. You turn. You were standing here at a house party when you saw the unmistakable bulk of Tempo del Sur clambering over the rooftops towards you.
Herschel.
A lopsided smirk on his face, an unusually light gait, the look of the expertly fucked.
Fucking hell, what? You can smell cum or something? Well, you're right, I'm fucking full of it. Have a fag.
He thrusts a cigarette into your hand, lights his own, leans back and grins benevolently at the world, giving you a glimpse of a white-powdered nostril.
I heard the future tonight, Hirsch. The Illuminados are waking up, Hirsch, dancing to a new form of electropop, a big wave gathering. Developed world's got no idea. No idea. What about it? World doesn't give a fuck about a crime against humanity if you make it all shiny and Listen, what's coming is coming. All we can do is make a ton of fucking money from it.
He grabs your arm and drags you down to Party Alley. A large framed board with the title Residence printed across the top. Sounds promising, but probably too easy. The title and initial entries are printed in thick, embossed ink. But over time, names have been crossed out or added with rough pencil. You read the list, including the crossed out entries. You read it again. There is no Newits. The list appears haphazard and poorly maintained, which no doubt suits Estock perfectly. Third row, Kavanagh. It is one of the penciled names, written in a clear hand. Apartment 4. That's it. You have her. Now it's just a matter of working up the guts to knock on her door. You come away from the wall. Photographs, candles, tucked under the stairs. You'd be forgiven for initially overlooking the modest shrine, were it not for the roughly carved wooden figurine, waist-high, sat off to one side. This is a shrine to Sirius, angel of romance, war, and negotiation. If it weren't for the candles, you easily could have mistaken it for a shadowy heap of discarded belongings, awaiting the weekly rubbish collection. Someone cares enough to maintain it, but it looks like it's a one-man job. Few of the middle-class residents of the housing campaign want to be seen openly making offerings or tending the shrine. Such things scream working class. Among the usual photographs and candles, people have left mysterious items. A single house slipper, a dusty magnum of champagne, a small pouch filled with some sort of musky, sweet herb. And scattered throughout, wedding invitations, faded, creased, RSVP dates years in the past. It's customary to invite the angel to festivities, to bless the union. You are cordially invited to celebrate the joining of Mr. and Mrs. Pascal Kavanagh on Enatos 3rd, 92. Of all your assets, she may have been the most singularly grounded. Maybe it was her husband's idea. Or maybe you don't know your old asset as well as you think. You take out the little off-white rectangle, red-inked lips glinting in the low light. With a soft flutter, the card drops onto the shrine and into the dark pile of offerings. Overhead, a bird hits a window, but instead of dropping to the ground, it shakes itself, relaunches into the sky and flies away. An officer on the pious order knocks twice on a door of an apartment in Mercia's ever-dwindling arts district. The person inside does not answer, too busy throwing everything they own onto the fire in the hearth. The smell of burning paper and plastic. They stop for a moment to stare at the object in their hands, a pomegranate red folder. At that moment, the door breaks down. The war has finally caught up. The shadows shift and grow long, candles flickering, the air thickens around you. Each prayer counts. They should not be wasted. The red.
No soliciting. And mind the floors, will you? Good. Thank you. Finally, some cooperation.
We're dealing with a get-off-my-property type here. Problem is, his property is communal.
You noticed my badge. It's actually not just a building. I manage the entire housing campaign. I do what I can. More than most managers would, but there's only so much you can accomplish with a paintbrush and a broom. You should have seen what this place was like when Nestor put it up. Real class, real majesty. A palace for the people.
Clearly some kind of a slogan from the days when this was built.
During the Nestor-ismo years, when the city was developing, some families needed to relocate so that we could have infrastructure. And this place was built to house them. It was a visionary project built in accordance with modern ideas. Cleanliness, efficiency, order.
Modern, in this context, doesn't mean new. It refers to an old future, as obsolete as the buildings that represent it.
A palace.
Clearly some kind...
During the Nestor... Oh, no. This wasn't like that at all. It was a privilege to come here back then. A different class of people moved in. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the children of the people that were here in the first place were born a different class of people than their parents.
First and foremost, his own.
Important people. Artists. Diplomats.
He's never met a diplomat in his life. Probably doesn't even know what they are, except they sound important.
Not like the vandals that infest it now. Spiritually. No respect for the doors, the walls, or themselves. Or me, of course. Sometimes I think they vandalized that railing just to spite me. I think it's happening to everything. At least you're aware of it. It's good that some people remember what we were capable of. Back when we had the sense of decency and cleanliness. Much too late now. All too late. There have always been problems, if that's what you mean. But the general trajectory is going one way. Situations like the one my son is in would have been inconceivable to another generation. A young man in the prime of his life, crippled, actually crippled, by his devotion to... I don't even know what to call it. Some intangible social currency that exists only in his mind and in those of his idiot friends. Ah, I see you're part of the scene too, then. Yes, Kurt is my son. But along the way, from there to here, we lost something. I don't have any political inclinations. I just wish people would do their jobs. Is that really so radical? Thank you. Of course, fascism is a dirty word nowadays. But despite what people say about La Luz, their reunion wouldn't be the worst thing that could happen to Portofino. Would put some order into this place. I told you, I have no political inclinations. All I want is for someone to show people the proper way of doing things. Clearly, I'm not getting through to anyone. So someone with more power should step in. I don't know much about other places, but from what they tell me, everyone in La Luz has a purpose. The shoe shiner shines shoes, the building manager manages buildings. You know that apparently they have some kind of factories where singers have to make pop hits for 8 hours a day? Just like the rest of us.
Everyone occupying one fixed and immovable place on the pyramid of life.
I do my part, they do theirs. If all society worked like this, well, that would be it. the world would work.
No dreams of peace, justice, or equality. Only those of a well-oiled machine.
His whole generation, I worry, genuinely about what will happen once mine is too old to work. Will they be able to keep the trams running? The plumbing? The electricity? Will the railing go unpainted until one day it crumbles and falls off?
Again, he returns to that railing, symbol of civilizational continuity.
How? They'd have to learn everything from scratch. They were supposed to do that as children, but instead they learned these abstract things. I'm not exaggerating when I say he and his idiot friends are fully capable of starving to death without realizing it, was evaluating each other's transparent jockstraps, or whatever the latest scene trend is.
Interesting chimeras do proliferate after the end of history. He nods and sweeps his broom.
Not really. I mean, you could help me sweep if you wanted to, but look around. You think one person alone can clean all this? We used to have one manager and 3 concierge. Now, it's just me. I'll pay you 20 sol if you're interested.
A palliative measure at best. But then again, life is a palliative measure.
You asked. I think the more we all dedicate ourselves to our own tasks, just the punctual tasks, the better it'll be for everyone.
Their own tasks, which in your case are the diametric opposite of sweeping, operant.
Take the first door to the right up the stairs, then keep going up to the top. No flyers, mind. Pick up your feet when you walk.
You had meant to demonstrate to Carolina how to infiltrate an apartment. Instead, one of you knocked over a flower pot and you had to dart inside, panting, hoping no neighbors called the police. She picks up on your sarcasm, your lack of fear, echoes it. Little cuckoo.
I hear the whippings are fun, if you're into that. Our boars are way too used to eating trash. They'd turn their snouts up at fingers. We'd be fed to the dolphins.
Your laughter petered out, suddenly loud in the empty apartment.
Have you ever been interrogated? Whoa, where'd you learn how to do that?
There is no record found of any operant succeeding in this maneuver. You thought it sounded cool.
Would you teach me?
You made up a maneuver on the spot, lying to her as you often did, and she committed every word to memory. The moving boxes stacked in one corner of the little apartment are not empty, just abandoned. At some point, somebody tried to paint in here. Roller and tray, sponge caked with a crust of ivory latex, but gave up before they even covered half a wall. You sift through a life packed away in cardboard, the things they fought to take, and then left behind anyway. They winnowed down their belongings to what they could sneak out in the night. Gut instinct, the first things that sprang to mind as the most important, and the last things they fought to grab as they crept out the door. You see, they winnowed out of their... You fold. You have arrived at Este's doorstep. It's dark. You won't endear yourself to her by knocking now. Come back in the daytime. A postbox with drawers numbered 1 to 12. The whole apparatus locked at the side with a single keyhole. You step away from the mail. A plain canvas satchel hangs from a coat hook. A pair of colourful rain boots sit on the ground below it. No boots in the house. A tidy, meticulous occupant. They kept a pair of feet dry as they stood in ankle-high water in the basement of a magazine office. She must be staying here. You scour the smaller pockets inside, but find only pens, paper clips, sticky notes, and an ancient pacifier. Gummy rubber tip gone brittle. You give it an experimental suck. The nipple is uncomfortably hard against the back of your front teeth at first, but it softens as your saliva coats the rubber. This is a normal pacifier, for normal infants. It's never been in contact with drugs. The satchel was virtually empty since you took the book out. There's nothing to exact retribution upon. You turn back to the alley. Totally at odds with the subtitle, the cover catches your eye with a flourish of surreal violence. Best not to dwell upon it. In their reports, the opera's psychomancers noted your morbid tendency to take on guilt for things you had nothing to do with. In weaker offspring, this often manifests in the form of personality disorders. Gross stress reaction, obsessive compulsions, fear and trembling, schizophrenia, mania and depression. Chronic predisposition to failure, propensity for running networks into the ground. Very occasionally, the offspring may overcome these disorders by developing their own false self, thus becoming their own shadow mother. Inconclusive, lack of significant documentation available. It's a clinical study, not a comprehensive diagnostic of an entire class of disorders. Other works are also available for mail order through Treffer University Press. Within the Grudging Sanctum, on pathology, you return the... A shade in a leather jacket thrusts a decapitated head towards the reader. A shade in a leather jacket. You press the palm of one hand gently but firmly against the magazine's almost non-existent spine. Careful. Slower. The pressure is just right. Instead of the paper tearing around its bindings, the staples themselves bend, open for you, and give way. Pop. Pop, pop. Your hand is steady, but the staple's resistance is absolute. Your hand is steady. Your concentration sharpens to a laser point. The staples begin to buckle. You can see the paper fibers gradually surrendering to your onslaught. With the final staple freed, zinc-plated steel wire surrendered at your hands. The book's spine finally collapses. The pages, loose, unbound, come apart in your hands, the pristine centerfold clutched between thumb and forefinger. Muffled noise. Dear God. The figure shakes. Muffled noise. Dear God. The figure
Oh, hello. You're not with the cleaners, I take it. Please forgive the state of the apartment.
The man stares around the room in bewildered horror, unable to focus on you. A guest at his own vivisection.
Cleaning, apparently. I've never seen such disarray. You wouldn't think the process of cleaning an apartment would take so much. And have you seen my model train? I suspect one of the cleaners may have misplaced it.
Stop all the clocks. A purloined model kit. This investigation is priority alpha. Still looking around the room. He doesn't really register what you've just said.
I'm Reno, or Rinotel. What can I do for you? Yes, that's me.
He doesn't like being called the phone guy.
I really don't want to get into it now. Oscar is alive. Thank heavens. But no, I have nothing to say on this now. Just look at this mess. We do. Which? There are no tricks to it. It's largely compound interest and time. You know how superblock communists build their economics on 3 pillars. More commonly known as supply, demand, and magic. As we in the developed world don't have the luxury of relying on magic, we replaced it with compound interest.
A different type of magic.
Look it up. It'll change your life. No magic required. Well, it's not very politic to say, but most people suffer from poor impulse control.
No different to the beasts that wander the wilds.
To tell you the truth, my own impulse control, or lack thereof, has been a lifelong course. My business endeavors have succeeded because I've spent years fighting my own wiring. To not fall prey to market logic, but instead bypass it, often by esoteric means. Right, you were there that day. I hope I didn't come off as rude. I just received some unpleasant news. That is its own topic, one we can discuss if you'd like. We do.
He looks at his watch.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Discrepancy found.
Oh, right. It's possible I offered up my pied-à-terre as a venue. More as a courtesy than anything.
A quid pro quo, even in the legal murk of the developed world.
Ah, yes. Well, one of them anyway. Let's be clear that any dealings are strictly speculative. That said, I'm in the process of acquiring and rehabilitating a certain piece of disused infrastructure.
A seeming non sequitur.
That's correct. That and a generous investment in my personal use offshore fund. Indeed. And Portofino stands to benefit as well. What's not to like about it? I'm afraid I don't know anything. My connection is with the Emter side of the table. The Minister of Mass Culture. Yes. I gathered that he will be representing La Luz at the negotiating table. What about him? That's certainly out of the question. I understand Minister Reyes is intensely private. For security reasons. Never.
The man sighs deeply and closes his eyes.
Well, I can't attest to their present condition. My dear friend Oscar and I went a bit hard. I haven't seen him in several days. Rather the opposite, I would say. But if you and Oscar are already acquainted, he's the one you should be speaking with. Well, There was also his deputy, the junior to Oscar Sr. Though I have to say, the young man seemed quite stressed. Yeah? Yes. I think the Oscar may have delegated his duties a bit too aggressively. That's it, Frederick. Strange young man. I think this is his first big assignment. He's the one to speak to, I would say. Now please, let's never be well.
Oh, you're back.
We do.
He looks at
Where to even start? It's an extremely rare kit. A Type 04X. Chrysanthemum Sorrow. I'd really like to find it.
That's right. Kavarna's head of design is an old friend, actually. I'd really like it back. Yes.
He throws a searching look at the empty shelf, as if expecting his precious chrysanthemum sorrow to have materialized at the evocation of its name.
Oh, thank you. It must be around here somewhere. I was there for one of my regular consultations. Are you familiar with the transmigration of souls? It's loosely tied to neuroeconomics, which study how the brain makes market-related decisions. The market is, for the most part, ruled by investment cycles. I've grown rather weary of it. A mutual acquaintance helps me bypass them. He's a medium of sorts, highly attuned to transmigrating souls. These interstitial beings are a rich source of counter-cyclical investment advice. He is able to channel them.
Irrational and inefficient.
Of course I only pay for things that work. No, not as such. Seizures are simply very regrettable prerequisite. You've heard the sounds that come out of him, yes? Speaking in tongues almost. It's terribly distressing. Primal at times. Senseless. And that's the point.
A flagrant misuse of man for his own gain.
Your words mean nothing to me. His do. Be well.
First things first, I know what you're thinking. And this isn't my cat.
Once again, you appear to have crossed paths with this strange man.
I sensed that it was only a matter of time before we came face to face again. But I wasn't sure you'd find your way up here.
You may have gotten the better of him in the bazaar, but he's a step ahead here. Keep your guard up. This lapdog of the techno-fascists has been following your scent with impunity.
You're an individual of astounding concentration, to be fair. I've always respected that about you. The cat's not the focus here anyway. There's no reason to assume this is Mr. Reno's cat. Working? Of course. No, I can't tell you the specifics. I'd love to, actually. But we're on opposite teams now, in a way. You know, I recognized you at Photo 24. A serendipitous coincidence, truly. I knew you'd been shelled these last few years. But of course, a man of my stature must have a keen eye for the talent. You passed my test on the call box, Herschel. I'd almost forgotten you get excited when you're nervous.
The sound of your name on his tongue. Unnatural. Upsetting. Turn this situation around. Immediately.
There's no reason to assume that cats are one and the same. Really, what a generalization. Of course, Herschel. Why else would I seek you out if not to exchange knowledge? skills and expertise. To live, to laugh, perchance to love. Don't get hung up on that last part, Herschel. It was just a flash of inspiration. Our friendship goes way back, and I wouldn't want anything to soil it, you know.
Way back. Where?
I'll tell you all about it. It is taking shape as we speak. Easy now. There's no need for that. I'm not here to fight you. I thought our long-standing friendship is above such displays of aggression.
Long-standing. We don't know this man. His face drops.
That's a very cruel joke, Herschel. 5 years gone, and that's how you greet your friends.
5 years? No reliable entries. Just the dim feeling that's haunted you from the Photoshop. A shadow hovering in the background.
This pretense of ignorance is really hurtful. Really, I expected you'd treat your old colleague, Ignatz, a little better than this.
There must be something usable in here. Searching. Wait. Ignatz. The name from Taxman's ledger.
You remember me now, of course. I know. I've changed.
The coat. It's a recent acquisition.
Exactly. A new coat befitting of my new position. Thank you for noticing. You and I, we're on the same level. We've always understood each other. And so my desires are nothing covetous. I'm simply offering you the excellent opportunity to work together again. Just like in the old days.
Highly suspicious. Warrants further investigation. Approach cautiously. There may yet be gold hidden in that repulsive coat.
She's beautiful, isn't she? Purebred, probably. They have papers when they're this beautiful. The cat is its own animal, free from the burden of society and property rights.
Show prey you are predator.
Please, Herschel, do not try to act feral. It does not suit you. You and I both know that we are well-trained professionals, paid to keep up a certain standard of appearance. The cat...
Show prey you are predator.
Herschel, the cat doesn't need property rights like you. Though economic...
It's really broken the intellectual bank with...
The cat...
Show prey...
Absolutely. With a cat like this, you know things... The cat...
Show prey you are...
The cat has nothing to do with post-historical materialism, Herschel. But I can understand why you would think that way. People like you and me, we're not supposed to meet a cat like this. We can't really handle it, in a way. Just an animal? Herschel, this cat is magnificent. Look at it. Look at the fur, the color, the tail. It's beautiful. You're lucky this cat doesn't speak or understand human. Otherwise, it would be very displeased. I don't know yet. But whatever it is, I know it will be okay. Because this cat will be there. Listen, it's a big thing, petting a civilization-affirming cat like this. There's no telling how it'll react. But then, if you need to do it, of course, who am I to stop you from petting a cat?
The joints of your fingers dissolve in the voluminous wire. There's something you should be doing, but you're not.
Listen. But then, probably for the best, Herschel. Huh? What could I have against it? I know. We need to restrain our... You're thinking very short-term, Herschel. I'm disappointed. Seriously. In my new position, I've developed a number of very highly placed sources.
Big, if true.
Very sneaky. But I'm in no position to share that information at this time. Your old friend Ignatz has been moving up in the world. I'm on a very complex and sensitive assignment on behalf of my new employer. Secret treaties will be discussed in a matter of days in this very apartment. Your old asset Ignatz is here, preparing the field, so to speak. Fucking leaks, Herschel. Unbelievable. Who was it? That guy's a dead man. Just wait. Anyway, I appreciate you telling me that. You're a true fucking leaks, Herschel. You can't blame me for fucking So the leak is mail. Even an innocuous statement can be a clue, Herschel. That guy's a dead man. Nice try. You know I can't tell you that. Don't worry. It is not the bank. A man's got to know who he is and who he isn't. Otherwise, who is he? Please, Herschel. That's a very offensive term to use. Some of them are very honorable people. Servants of the state, like you. Maybe. There are many states of mind, after all. But only one state of being. In any event, it's a very unusual arrangement. I'm basically de facto lead on this assignment. It's very offensive to imply what you're implying, Herschel. My position is perfectly legitimate.
Legitimate.
Currently, I'm overseeing the sanitation technicians. It may seem pedestrian, but in reality the responsibility could only be handled by someone at the level of de facto lead. You see before you the aftermath of a soiree organized by the owner of this place, Mr. Reno, and those leaky empter animals. My new employer suspects some pre-game empter mindfuckery. Work with me and I'll tell you all about it. These aren't normal cleaners, Herschel, despite how you may perceive them. If they came in their true form, it would arouse many suspicions. Herschel, you have such a silly and wild imagination at times. I guess we'll never find out who is in those suits. Rituals of good living. I light candles to Aldebaran, who governs the hustle. I work out at the gym. I don't discharge my essence too often. It is all in the routines. Please, Herschel, let's not act like we're not both people of the world. You attempt to prey on my vulnerability to words of affirmation. Very underhanded, yet effective. It's really too bad we aren't working together on this.
On this cleanup, right.
Think like an animal, Herschel. They don't look at the stars and ask themselves if they are really alone in the universe. They just drag themselves from sick pleasure to sick pleasure. Distractions from having to fathom their place in a dark and endless universe. Pretty fucked up, if you ask me. I saw this thing on TV the other day, about pink dolphins. Did you know pink dolphins are all drug addicts and sexual deviants? I knew I was right to seek you out. I do as well. We are both highly philosophical individuals. It's why we work together so effectively. It's very straightforward. I'd like you to take some wildlife photography. I would like to see some leaky animals in their natural habitat. Oh, Herschel, where has the passion gone? Where's the vim, the vigor? This is not inspirational, not at all. But fine, I'll indulge. One of the men providing physical security for these upcoming talks is a Carabinero rat. He's leaking information to his controller.
That wasn't too difficult to spell out now, was it?
I need a photo of this leaking in action. The Carabineros act as empty security detail for the upcoming talks. And just like their masters, are notorious for their unreliability and corruption. I suspect the Carabinero rat is readying itself to jeopardize the discussions. If you accept the job, I'll tell you all about them. Herschel, you of all people should know that power differentials matter. My new employers have trusted me with this site here, which is of much greater importance.
The wall of glass behind him is quite something.
The Carabinieri, I suspect. Seriously? Does the opera expect you to subsist on charity? Things must be even worse under post-historical materialism than they say. Fortunately for you, I will be supplying the camera on this assignment. This is a one-time opportunity. I need you committed before this place is cleaned up. I'd hate for you to miss out on a chance for us to collaborate again. I have ascertained the filthy Carabinero, and I have also ascertained his controller. All you need to do is get them on film together. If you prove yourself a capable sub-lead, I'm sure we could come to some mutually beneficial and totally unofficial agreement. Everyone comes out ahead, except the leaky animals. I get rid of a problem, and you'll receive some information that will make your life and the opera's much more interesting. Maybe back home you are, but the opera's stuck in their old way. You need the skilled, gentle, and contemporary hand of Ignatz to guide you. Very good, Herschel. The animal you're looking for always wears half his uniform, even of ours. You'll know him by his corrupt, sleazy demeanor, his dead eyes, and dark, floppy hair. Truly, an unappealing individual. In a proper society, he'd be euthanized or at least kept indoors. A local woman, about your age, with a mole on her cheek. It took all my skills and training to ascertain their true identity. They meet every day on the bridge that's east of the bazaar roundabout. A great place for some filthy fucking animals to do their leaky business, apparently. You'll need to use this camera. It's a very special piece of technology, but the film inside of it is even more special. Make sure you use it.
How about a self-portrait or a still shot of a beautiful landscape?
My new employers have different ideas about privacy and conscience than you or I. But I can't judge. Another man's house, another man's rules. They're trying to build a post-historical final society, with a final man as its subject. So naturally they can't have old-style thoughts going around. That's how I understand it, at least.
A psychographic camera.
It's not like here or in the Superblock, Herschel. My new employers do not fuck around. They have cameras everywhere, taking photographs with this exact film.
A machine to picture the inner workings of the soul. A miracle of light, glass, and chemicals to preserve that which has so rarely been known.
Please, Herschel. The poor woman does not exist. It's a mere fabrication by the lonely, deprived mind of a small business owner. No, no. A de facto counterintelligence lead cannot risk being seen in the same place twice. Our enemies are very attuned to patterns, and so forth. Once you've got the photos developed, meet me on the rooftops of the housing campaign. Any night. Just one quality photograph of the Carabinero leaking in the wild will do. Make sure you get the woman too, his controller. And try not to call attention to yourself. These are highly dangerous individuals. I'm sure I don't need to explain. Tempo, our old crewmate. What about him? Truthfully, Tempo worked with me, but that was already some time ago. Better pastures find Ignatz, always. He is unreliable, out of his mind, and constantly late. A specialist like me needs collaborators who are more reliable. People like you, and of course, people like myself.
Speaking about him in the present tense. Very strange.
What do you mean, dead? I've no idea what you're talking about, but I do know people usually receive what they deserve. Like me, with this job.
Despite the verbal evasions, his manner is genuine. He doesn't know anything about Tempo's demise.
Besides, I figure he's just disappeared again. Probably on vacation. That's a weird question, Herschel. What do you mean by that? I cannot believe that you would suggest such a thing, Herschel. I have a code of honor. Maybe you could try subscribing to one. Normally, Herschel, I would have to keep all of this under wraps. But since you and I go way back and are totally cool, and now working together, I can tell you all about it. Mr. Reno will host talks between La Luz and Emter here on matters of world historical import. May have to rewrite the textbooks, if you know what I mean. You're much better than I expected. But I also expected you to be very good, Herschel. I knew I wouldn't regret recruiting you for the job. It's great to be on the same page, isn't it? Up here in the big leagues.
Around you, cleaners continue their work diligently. Monks in thermoplastic robes, carrying blunt machines.
You're probably thinking, how did my old pal Ignatz best me? This is what I mean by observations. I've been extremely diligent in my observations. Thank you, Herschel. You may have had the luxury of taking all those years off, but I've been on the grind, as those filthy Emter animals say. Something very like that. I understand he gets the right to certain highly coveted flight paths. Men like Reno, they know how to make money coming and going. I trust this will stay between us, Herschel, seeing as we're friends and all. Very good. I'll be waiting. It's a pleasure to be working together again.
You have never.
Back again. Very good.
You have. Muffled no. Dear God. The fig.
Oh, you're back. Of course. He's the cleaning coordinator. I've been assured the Lusians are handling his bill. Oh, so he's their in-house contractor. That makes sense. My God. Where did you find this?
Ah, the eccentric rods. Tricky. But this is a very credible repair job.
Thank you.
You have no idea what this means to me. This is such a relief.
His eyes well up as he turns his back to you, gently cuddling the model train. His shoulders rise and fall as he sighs.
Be wet.
Oh, you're back.
Train.
No. It was designed to travel. Yes. Be wet.
Back. There.
You have. A soft golden. You pick up the paper. The dolphin doesn't poke back, but it.
Hello, and well. A joke, obviously. This show would never. The animal zone has long been compromised, comrade. I had an undercover bag mongoose keeping. Salute.
The receipt.
People's Trade Bureau, Novesa's office. Until
No give it a rest for. You
Back again. Of course.
The machine. You repeat the same. The refresh.
Lonely.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate.
Mike. Zuma. Goodbye.
The teenage boy. Odds of him being asset scarf? 95%. Confirmation encouraged. The adolescent's features ever shifting between boy and man land firmly on boy at the mention of her name. He is very excited to say the word legit.
And what do they call you?
He chews his tongue, squinting at you suspiciously.
You should already know. Cool.
His voice lowers an octave.
What can I brief you on? What about her? Fine, I guess.
He shrugs. You've asked an open-ended question to a teenager. Try again. Laser focus.
What? Right. Right on. What about her? Yeah? Well, I have sins too. Loads.
He widens his stance, stretching his layers taut like a molten beetle.
Been excluded from school twice. Pencil crimes, failed tests, bit of fire stuff. Done it all. Fine. Meet her? Well, We've been in the same school since we were small, but I didn't meet her until last year. I used to sit behind her in history before she dropped out to run the bazaar and all this happened. She was really sweet, shy. I thought she was really pretty. Yeah, still do. Have you seen her eyes? One amber, one blue. It's like people aren't that beautiful, yeah? It's mad. Like she was made instead of just born. Cool. Yeah? He was here. I saw him. That loan ad over there, there's a mailbox slot under it, and Headphones guy used it. I think he took something from it. Small, like a package. It was hard to see. I was hiding back here. I took notes. Tall, smoker, long jacket, big collar, biggest headphones ever, and creep.
He looks off in the direction of the man's disappearance. It's like a pig looking at wind, trying to contemplate the invisible force pushing against it. He's certain of his skill, as amateurs often are.
I know. He keeps shouting at me. It's horrible. Awaiting review.
Oh, give him something. He stands a little straighter.
You know, Yana's still the coolest, but you're pretty cool too.
You try to picture any of your old assets saying those words and come up blank.
What about her? Cool. Okay. What? Yeah. Whatever.
Mal credito, no problemo. A small image of a grinning man with an aggressive pompadour tosses fistfuls of coins at you. The financial citizen. Buy now, pay later. Beneath him, a rusted mail slot welcomes loan applications. Unlikely. The slot is too narrow and the chamber within too deep. A quick appraisal reveals 2 heavyweight locks. You'd be here for hours. An envoy of the so-called developed world. Kurt wasn't looking at his eyes. He was looking at the stack of paper clutched in his fists. Behold, the new seduction. All disputes fall under the credit provider's local arbitration. Any further details about the credit provider are nowhere to be found. This is a facade, a translucent mask. Because he is an operant, and this is an astral door, a dead drop operated by a predatory foreign financial entity. The 6 letters flash across your mind, capitalized, bolded, underlined. Who else? This credit provider is a limp in-joke from the Empire Sound territoire. You notice now that his wide grin doesn't quite reach his eyes. Enemies all the time. The girl's greatest inheritance from Tempo after the free pack-a-day habit. The metal flap creaks open. The gold around the rim is stained with bronze and scuffed with scratches. The blade of light catches crimson plastic, a red disc, marked with the words ultravioletta, followed by you but from a dream. A tensing in your gut as another piece of the doom puzzle slots into place. The very same. Still doesn't explain why he wasn't wearing trousers. You gather your thoughts, staving off the final insight. Begin here. The weird man in headphones is an MTER operant. That much is clear from this astral door. Logical succession. Most important part of the job. The matching discs cannot be a coincidence. The headphone man and pseudopod must have made contact. 2 spies make contact and only one walks away. Even though pseudopod still technically breathes. Correct. Next up, how? Armed technology. metaphysical ruin. Red for danger, red for a bearer of the plague. And now you've all but proved it. Tempo's deal has many levels and many ripples. There is a part of it you don't understand yet. The imprinting device. But something else too. Something behind the device. Or yours. The girl hasn't given you the full story, that's for sure. She's protecting something. Something else. Something deeper. Quick fingers of wind pluck the aerotram wires above you. She could use it. Behind the facade, her small hand is outstretched in desperation. The pompadour man looks expectantly over your shoulder, his gaze alight. Danger, grave, behind you. Predictive reinforcement, a honed skill. Someone has you in their sights. You have a sliver of time in which to react, the span of a single mental event. Veins frost over as you hold your ground. The bullet cracks into the wall beside you, followed by the thunderclap of the gunshot. Darkness on the edge of your peripheral vision as the center sharpens to a scalpel point. Your hand finds the grip and pulls it clean. Beyond the barrel, you lock eyes with a man in a long coat. The eyes are pale blue, water under ice. Around his neck are a large pair of headphones. His face is impassive as he holds a strange gun on you. There's barely enough time for a response. The bullet was never going to hit, but it does speed up his exit. As the crack of your shot echoes around the plaza, the headphone man ducks and disappears through a metal door to the side of the rooftop. As he goes, you catch a flash of vivid colored lining on the inside of his coat. Slowly, then all at once, the world fades back in, far more vivid than before. You are alone again. The grinning financials. The grinning.
Bored? I say the same thing to you. What did the swine? Yes. Adios.
Lonely.
His half had.
Goodbye.
Hirsch, shouldn't you be hanging around the doorway or haunting a consulate?
The girl pauses for a drag as a passing aerotram whines and screeches above.
Is Marco alright?
She's concerned about Marco, the espionage voyeur.
He actually shot you. Hardcore, Hirsch. Very cool. You sure it wasn't a warning shot? Don't be so hard on yourself. It's off-putting. I could have sworn the headphone guy was with the Luthians, but you say Enter again. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's a midnight prick like you. Yeah, 'cause of Tempo's deal with the old guy. Thought he was one of their agents, maybe. An actual good one. Again, Hirsch, are you living in a reality where the fucking has stopped? A reality in which the fuck is paused? But this makes zero sense. Why would the M-Cons be so interested in our deal? Interesting theory, Hirsch. Half right, too, I'd say.
This is all laid out in front of you. A map of islands with unmarked bridges. Take it from the top. Does it seem like your former asset thought this one through? A hurried, desperate backup. Yet the practical logistics of the scheme were planned long in advance. This reveals a fundamental truth. And yeah, in the slow dip of silence, a piano melody lolls through a thin wall. That's why she was there, which leaves a single question.
I was wondering when you were gonna ask that. This whole fuck show started when we brought... Actually, better if I just show you. Follow me. And Hirsch, be cool.
The girl mashes the ends of her cigarette into the tabletop and glances at you once more as she rises. The girl leaves a strange cord hanging in the air as she turns to face you.
Yana, who's this?
Her gaze has both hold and fight. It takes effort to meet it evenly.
This is Hirsch. She's a friend at Temple's. Friend of mine. Might be able to help us.
Hello.
Hello there? You're standing a foot from the biggest pop star in the world and you come up with hello there. Dubious.
It's alright, Yana. I appreciate this approach, actually. Hello, Hirsch. It's nice to meet you. You're not an ultra, then?
Doesn't care for that collective noun.
I think most of them focus on the wrong things. But then, who am I to tell them where to look? Sorry, I've been told I can come across a little cold at first. Call me V. Cool. I'd like that.
You can't quite shake the feeling that this girl is seeing visions of your death as you talk and keeping them all to herself. New songs, same old spells.
So what are you doing here, Hirsch? How does she know about the plan?
Because Hirsch is a communist spy.
Oh, cool. Because Temple said he'll get me far away, with proper exit papers and everything. It seemed like the best shot at getting out.
Raw deal, she thinks, but still a deal.
Eastern Republics was the play. Very casual on the entry requirements. Best shot, like V said.
So I took it. I trusted Tempo, and now I'm stuck here.
I'm right here, Hirsch, dickhead.
No need to apologize. I wanted to get out, and I still do. I still will. The actual singing was way down the list of what I was, or what I am, or what I represent. Then, let's say the new material didn't meet my standards. Thought it was a good time to move on to my solo stuff and leave the rest behind. I'm getting out of La Luz, and out of my own shadow. I'm getting away from Ultravioleta. Some people will do anything to meet me, you know. But as soon as they do, a little light goes out in their eyes. Then a part of them wishes they'd never met me at all.
An enviable life, if you squint.
Those same people would have raised me just so they could discover me all over again. Or kill me so I could never make a bad song, never get old, never be more or less than a dream beyond their reach. Fuck them.
The word sounds blasphemous coming from her mouth.
Money for what? Some kind of dream chasing as you slowly forget everything that made you worthy in the first place. That will not be me. I see those artists recording pale imitations in cold studios and then going back to the big houses that their real work paid for. Houses haunted by younger versions of themselves. No, they don't. Sometimes we pretend, but deep down we know it all. When it's gone for good. Maybe I am. But believe it or not, Hirsch, even pop stars can think critically sometimes. And soon I'll just be a girl in a missing poster, if I make it out. I know. Pretty funny.
If Luth is out there looking for a group of non-existent countercultural cunts, all the better for us.
Lou said it, but they don't really believe it. They just want any excuse to operate on foreign territory. Vaguer, the better.
As I said, all the better for us.
We're still not safe, Yana. Our secret police, they look everywhere. They're very scary. I didn't fake every tear, but I faked a lot of them.
I'm still going to get her to the Eastern Republics. This is just a whatever the fuck, creative stopgap.
I believe her. Yana's my S tier.
Looking at the two girls, you are reminded that all your close relationships have ended in either tragedy or miscommunication. Usually both.
I will. We will.
Becoming a hyper-tier artist at the apex of her fame and talent. Yeah, I volunteered. But as it shook out, I'm a gay middle-aged bootlegger with a nicotine dependency. Funny the little ways life fucks you.
It's her life. If she wants to bleach it away, that's her call.
Plastic surgery for the soul. The other girl looks down and instinctively reaches for her cigarette packet.
Negotiations? That's what managers are for. No, sorry. Maybe you should get a manager.
She's not involved, Hirsch. Let it go. Pretty simple when you break it down. V's still V, I'm Tempo, and Tempo's dead. Scheme fucking busted.
Busted. I'm not sure it even really happened. First thing the instructors do in La Fábrica is take over your name and give you one of theirs. The place where all L-pop stars are trained. Viciously competitive, but very thrilling.
She loved every moment.
The roughest if you're not committed. The expulsion rate is 78%. And at the end, there was a 20-girl deathmatch and the final survivor got a record deal. No, of course not, Hirsch. I went in when I was 6 years old. So all this kind of seems like it's happening to someone else. Some girl called Ultravioleta. And I don't want to be her anymore. Where did you get that?
You could make a fuckfold of money with that, Hirsch.
A fuckfold. 54,567,389 superblock coupons.
I was sure my record label shelved it. I don't think you're supposed to have that. Nobody is. Because it's not finished. I never actually heard the final mix. You should ask Espada Records. I don't control the masters.
Hold up. Timing is too clear-cut. She sabotaged the release by disappearing.
I had a very bad feeling about it. So yes, good point, Hirsch. It would be very strange for them to release a song with the artist missing in action. You, but from a dream.
The world slows for a fraction of a moment before jolting back into real time.
There was this recording engineer on it, Paulo. He was really sweet. Then one day there was this new guy, Fondo. He was less sweet. And then at the end, this big minister turned up at the studio to listen to some of the mixes. That was extra weird.
Music falls under culture. This minister must be Reyes, your quarry.
Facundo Reyes, that's him. Very old, like most of them. Polite, too. Minister of Mass Culture, something like that. Before he left, he cleared out all the other people from the studio and sat with me in the recording room. Just me and him and all these wires and cold instruments. He told me how much he was looking forward to this song. How important it would be for Luz. He said it would be the soundtrack to Reunion.
In a dim recording studio in the Lucian capital of Cicatrice Frontera, a young girl and an old man discuss an unfolding of light, a cultural hypernova, a map across the stars.
There was some talk of a concert in space too. The whole thing seemed off. Or maybe way too on? Sorry, I can't really explain it. I heard it from my publicist, but Donatella's always saying stuff like that. Only about a quarter of it ever happens. Does it? Maybe I'm overreacting then. I don't deal with the schedules, so I wouldn't know anything about that. How do you know Minister Reyes, by the way?
Incredibly fucking dubious.
Good luck with your collaboration. It's a shame you won't really have time for hours with so much happening. I've heard something like that before, yes. Sorry, Hirsch, I'm not really into politics. Isn't everywhere? What do you mean, took out? Oh my god.
Are you serious, Hirsch? A disc? Fuck me.
Yana, I don't know anything about this. You shouldn't be so hard on yourself. It's never just one thing that's to blame. So this disc badly hurt your friend? I'm very sorry to hear that. No idea at all. There are hundreds of bootlegs out there of my work. That might not even be me on there.
As Petra told you, Einzelton XR is immune to bootlegging.
Then maybe someone tampered with it? I just recorded a song, Hersh, like I always do. I'm sorry about your friend, but I don't know why my music would do that.
A thin film of tears forms across her eyes.
That's not what I want for my music. Not at all. Another reason I should leave it all behind. Oh, really? What did you think? One headphone? Well, I hope it was the left one. I put all my good stuff on the left channel.
She would have been less disappointed if you told her you detested it.
I knew you were a cont, Hirsch, but I didn't think you were a music critic. Are you... Fuck.
So this disc, but I'm sorry. I know what it's like to lose good people. I'm not. I just got a feeling. There are hundreds of bootlegs.
As Petra told you, Einzelton XR is immune to bootlegging.
I hope not. I just...
A thin film of tears.
Doesn't... Please don't mention it. Please don't mention it again.
Nothing from Earth. That's the horror of it.
All time and place before you. Luminous. Sense and no sense. Cosmology of a dream you may have lived and may yet live again. Lyrics I didn't write, but I did. I don't know. The world? The stars? Shared dreams pass round from consciousness to consciousness, covered with invisible fingerprints. I imagined I was floating on the edge of a black hole, moments before falling through, and the stars were chanting at my back. Maybe those lyrics, maybe something else. I don't know what happened after that, just that it had already happened.
The eternal zero. Light would fold in on itself, dragging time behind it, face first along the concrete of the cosmos. In front of you would be true dark, but if you only looked behind, you would be the last witness to the culmination of the universe, the spool running clear of the lie, the back of your own head. And for close to 1,000 years, to the awestruck below, you would be visible on the precipice as a slow-motion recording.
I thought it was all a little scary, to be honest. Beautiful, though. I'm very sorry about your partner, Hersh. Honestly, I never meant to hurt anyone, but I didn't really write that song. Something else did. Great. The very thing I'm trying to outrun is right outside the door. They're kind of obsessive, and I don't know. I think some of the music's meaning gets lost. I think they take the wrong things from it. Yeah, you're right, Hersh. I can't control it. Well, I can, actually. I can flee the state and never come back. Random acts of self-annihilation are not unheard of in the Ultra community. I don't like it when it happens, but now and again, it does happen, yes. I get letters too. These days they screen them to keep away the worst. Not the music itself, I don't think, but if it brushes up against some damaged part of you, you're dealing with a human soul, Hersh. Gets mucky in there. I've had a couple of stalkers, but nothing serious. My security takes care of them pretty quick, usually. But 2 years ago, a girl did kill herself at one of my concerts. With a handgun. Yeah. Third row. Looking straight at me. Leonor Sousa. She was 15 years old.
Fuck, I didn't know that, V.
I didn't play a show for 6 months after that. I never actually said that. It was some nothing phrase that the PR team came up with last album cycle. Sadly, it stuck. By the autumn, they'll have forgotten why they liked it. Moonglow will no longer be Moonglow.
Don't lump me in with those skanky cunts, Hirsch.
How do you mean, Hirsch?
It's kinda different, Hirsch. I didn't want to be V. I just wanted to be anybody but me. As you can tell, because I fan-shifted fucking tempo instead.
I knew you both, Yana, before the imprinting. You're not just Tempo or Yana. You're your own person now. A two-tone kaleidoscope.
The girl throws a quick glance at the pop star and half a smile.
I agree. I won't miss them. Easy. Keep running, all the way to the Eastern Republics. A good music scene. And a distant shore. I never thought of myself like that. But yeah, fugitive.
A fugitive from one empire or another. Do angels ever truly know if they're moving through the living or the dead?
I'm not scared. As long as I have something that makes sound by my side, I'm not afraid to disappear. Trying to, yeah. Are you familiar with the old material? Not all music has to be a movement. All it has to do is move someone. Anyway, L-pop's all sad, but not all bad. I brought a few good songs here and there.
A couple she's very proud of, even.
Most L-pop artists go through intense training, yes, but we all write our own material. That's an important part of what they teach us, alongside the dance routines. Creative expression, freedom, courage. Something created by a committee will always have a hole in the center. Everyone can sense it. Something that comes from a heart we have. A heart. Person to person. It's nice. A little intimidating too. I don't want to just play sad music anymore, but it's the only color I've known. I'm trying to find new colors.
She plays a few slow bars, using both hands this time. Bass joins treble, emotion forms from thin air. It reminds you of the final line of a poem.
That's because it's a sweet melody. I could put down 100 of those. I've been playing piano since I was 5 years old. I don't know. People call me a perfectionist. Be a perfectionist or be one of the other. Okay.
This girl was adrift and in dire need of a
Concerning reports on the wire from Portofino, they are saying a member of an unspecified intelligence service has just been shot in public. They're saying this could be an international incident. The regular verbal acrobatics won't cut it anymore. Time to pull out the big guns. diplomatic privileges. Absolutely. As long as nobody actually checks. Ease of access where others find only obstacles. Better treatment by the functionaries of power. Stature unchallenged. Your privileges work best on those who quiver before the altar of officialdom, as well as those easily impressed by unusual stamps. At this very moment, phones are ringing off their hooks from Novesta to Capoblanco. High-tier bureaucrats are speaking of the incidents in hushed tones as they pace marble corridors. The upper echelons are being apprised. They'll be cleaning this mess up for days. No sleep. They'll order pizzas in, diplomat down. Lesser diplomats flatten their backs to the wall as you stagger through, dripping blood onto cream consulate carpet.
Hirsch. We can just call it L-pop. What would you like to know? The genre is maybe 30 years old, I would say. Year 65 sounds right.
As old as her, she is L-pop.
It evolved from traditional Lucian funeral ballads, but the instrumentation is all synthesizers. That's how you can date it. Certain synth sounds for certain years. The earliest songs followed the Lusa Requiem form too, with extended overtures before the verse kicked in. These days, they're more classically pop in their structure. At the beginning, it was more independent, but after a decade or so, it exploded. For the last 20 years, L-pop's reigned the genre.
As old as her.
The earliest song. Impossible to say. Some of this.
As old as her.
The earliest songs followed the Lusa Requiem form too, with It's not. The labels let the artists lead. I play 6 instruments, Hirsch. I control all the creative direction of my music, from the lyrics to the visuals to the show lighting. That's why people respond to it, I think. It's real feel.
Then, not understanding how it happened, but very happy that it did. The grown-ups sidle up and cream their share off the top.
I know I'm fading slightly, but I'm still here, Hirsch. Of course. That's the beating heart of L-pop. Something has been lost.
A little grave in the heart.
Sorry, I'm not the best at explaining the intent. I'd rather let my music do the talking, or the feeling. But I do know this. Melancholy is the heart of the genre. If you don't reckon with melancholy, you'll never be touched by L-pop. Do you? I feel many people think they do, but the truth of it is harder to grasp. A song can communicate with you like it was made only for you. It's a psychic medium. L-pop will catch you unawares if you're not careful. If you want to be roused, first you have to be asleep, right? First you have to touch dream. Most of them, yes, they've tried various formations over the years. Groups, male duos, twins. But the biggest names in L-pop are girls for sure. 16 to 30. Burn bright, then burn out. That was the motto in La Fábrica. My life, mostly. What else is there to write about?
Failure.
I'm talking to them. That's the point. Two-way mirror. It's my job to be a blank slate. Once I channel the emotion from my life, I carry it to the listeners. Then I become a void. They can project it all back into me. I can understand why it's there. A lot of people are scared of La Luz, but I'd like L-pop to spread further across the world, as far as it can go. There should be no blockade on music, no limit to where art can reach. I took some inspiration from an old Lucian death rite. It dictates that you cover all mirrors in a shroud for 3 days after someone has died, to make sure that that person doesn't get trapped in the reflection. You don't see it much in the cities anymore, but in the smaller towns and villages. I remember they did it at my grandmother's funeral. I found it very striking as a child.
A 6-year-old girl slowly lifts the corner of a heavy white sheet with frayed edges. Behind the sheet is a mirror. There is no one else in the living room. The girl catches a glimpse of herself and drops the sheet in shock.
Anyway, I had this dream one night where I was trapped in the moon. Inside, like a gigantic mirror ball. It was more like a nightmare, to be honest. And so I thought, when I die, someone needs to cover the moon with a giant shroud for 3 days, so I don't get trapped in there.
True dark. No light in the night sky but the dead stars.
Then I took that image and wrote the song. I think it's relatable. Can't argue with the charts. There's an element of propaganda, yes, unavoidable in a state which actually values its culture.
Not speaking with its champion soldier, its glass cannon.
Thanks, but I'm not out of it yet. 1 foot still trapped.
1 foot in the Empire, 1 foot in a shadow.
I don't think anyone keeps a record of that. Maybe. You'd have to ask the Ministry of Mass Culture. No problem, Hirsch. Go ahead. No problem, Hirsch. Trying to, yeah. I think the overplaying is the point. State-sponsored. Anyway, L-pop's all sad, but not all bad. I wrote a few good songs here and there.
A couple she's very proud of, even.
I could, but then my soul would die, so I won't.
She plays a few slow bars, using both hands this time. Bass joins treble, emotion forms from thin air. It reminds you of the final line of a poem.
I think the world has too much music. It's everywhere. Shops, restaurants, cafes, rooftops, lifts. Yana tells me even the aerotrams have music players now. Why? I think it's to stop people from feeling things. The very opposite of what music should be. I'm a solo artist. I don't have a band, just collaborators. How they play is important to me. I fired a lot of people. It's hard to find good players, you know? Most of them are technically competent, but they're missing something. I was far closer to my dancers. They're the ones you breathe in sync with up there. Aurelia, Misty, Lulu, Marla. I miss those girls. I hope they're alright.
The pop star leans forwards and takes in each of the faces carefully.
This is a good photo. It has feel. You were close to each other. That's all we really get out of this life. A string of moments hung on fragile threads.
The photograph is hard to look at, but easy to touch. When your fingers find its edges, a kind of strength charges through them.
Thanks for showing me, Hirsch. No, mostly I think about the mistakes. Notes I sang slightly off. Songs that needed an extra verse, half a bridge. Album names I settled for when I knew I should have pushed further. You build beautiful cathedrals to compromise. I can't stand myself sometimes. The weakness, the mundanity. I hate it when people say that. A lack of vision, that's the thing I can't forgive. In myself and in others. Indifference and disinterest.
The pop star has nothing further to say on the subject.
Okay.
This girl was adrift and in dire need of a collab. Time to make your mark, culturally.
Okay. They may be stronger than you're looking for, though. This isn't your music, is it? Okay. I think that's fine then. On occasion, I fuck with a golem. Absolutely. They're a perfect counterforce to my music. Melancholic rage against melancholic emptiness.
Desolation in different seasons.
I listen to them before going on stage sometimes. They emotionally tune me. It's weird. I can't describe it, but it works. Yeah, real feel. Oh, yes. I used to have posters of Mimi on my wall when I was younger, right above my bed. I really respect her. She fought to produce her own record when she was just 21. Somehow they let her. But her production was so avant-garde that people who bought the album thought there was something sonically wrong with it.
Bending the gear to her will. Nice.
I can't imagine anything cooler. No. Scum synth? If you like it, Hirsch, don't let me stop you. You're entitled to your scum synth. Super Block Baby? No, I don't think I have, sorry. Like you, Hirsch, right? That's okay, we can still be friends. I'm not a real techno-fascist.
The wall will be the judge of that. Consult it.
How does Super Block Baby go?
Here we go. The spontaneous audition that launched 1,000 collabs. The pop star hums the melody back at you. And then again, a couple of steps slower.
Nice melody. Lyrics need work. No problem, Hirsch. This isn't... Oh, okay. No problem, Hirsch.
Remember, Hirsch, no weird shit of me and Marco. No, no one knows about that, apart from you, and maybe this headphone creep. I trust him to a point, but this is adult shit, with adult consequences.
Yet she was happy enough to put him in the man with compelling headphones crosshairs.
Moving on. All right, Hirsch. Fine with me. Later, Hirsch.
Purple plastic shimmers as you approach. Tacked to the side is a worn black sticker. UV. Tour only. Could it? Could it be? The brand plate identifies this as a Kagami 7X60. Look closer. This is the Kagami 7X60 Rainbow. Ultraviolet signature edition. A ceremonial blade for the High Priestess of Electro-Pop. Achieved something worth commemorating in keyboard form. Like some really good spying. Sold with defects, prone to malfunctioning. And yet, the one they all covet, valuable not despite its flaws, but because of them. Limited run, collector's edition, sold out on pre-order before it hits the shelves. One of the under-theorized appeals of Lusian electropop. The quality of modern Lusian instruments, mixing desks, even their cabling, is unmatched. Some tools make the work feel cooler though. Some tools are limited edition. A tool has no intrinsic value. This includes, but is not limited to, instruments, weapons, and people. The brand... Look close. A ceremonial blade for the High Priestess of Electro-Pop. It's so... And just think, you've only been hearing it through its internal... The brand... Look close. A ceremonial blade. In terms of sheer sale numbers, and people buying it who will never actually play it, They already do.
Many. I take it on tour and have it set up in the hotel room. I basically wrote all of Flower and the Precipice on this during the Missing Glands tour in '94.
Flower on the Precipice has Holding Hands with Strangers on it. That's one of his biggest songs.
And Yana's favorite.
Has a nice line in it, actually, in the bridge. Could you fall to the very bottom of yourself and stand up in one piece?
Thank you, Yana. I like that one too.
I'll let you know when I hit it. Bracing for fucking impact.
Falling forever through infinite distance. It might not even feel like you are falling at all.
You brush your finger into the nearest key. A light, airy tone glistens across the room. Middle A. Good start.
Hirsch, what are you doing? Hirsch, step away from V's keyboard and stop being a prick.
Hirsch, stop.
You're a spy, not a fucking sound engineer. Step away from V.
A crit.
Are we really playing this game again?
Hirsch, stop.
We're watching you do it. This is an everything crisis. Mental, creative, communist, she's not. V, we might have to get physical here.
Play any old shit and wrap this up. The discordant notes echo out into silence. It is painfully clear that whatever you've landed is a smouldering wreck on the tarmac, beset by emergency vehicles. The smile of a girl visiting her grandmother on the dementia ward.
Thank you for sharing.
Now step the fuck away from the keyboard.
The young
Hirsch.
Remember, Hirsch. Later, Hirsch.
The glimmering. The young.
Hirsch.
Spy by night, recording artist by day, and also by night. Get this collab off the ground, sell it hard. You have much to bring to the table.
Oh. Yeah, sure. Oh, no, I am. It sounds really cool.
Not only is there nothing cool about this proposition to her, there is no chance this collaboration ever occurs. Sub-Zero, best to bleach this idea from your mind.
Definitely.
Magnitude of setback, enormous. Failure rating, spectacular. You pick up. No, give it a rest. Use. The clinic's metal door is scabbed with rust and surrounded by graffiti. You turn. Clinic's metal door is scabbed. The pins dance for you. Pressure just shy of arrogant. Tension held like a cigarette kiss. Click. No squeal, no protest. Just the quiet pop of metal given into a woman who's done this before. You return to the ruinous desk. It's all for an inhabitant now absent. The phone and the notepad lie before you, unguarded. With a pull, the aged plastic gives as you pop the housing on the phone. Inside, a terminal board, speaker coil, and copper wires. No security seals, no surprises. The cricket clips easily, riding the line, unheard and unseen. With a gentle press on its back, it's activated. The shell glows for a moment. You put the phone housing back in place. A plastic snap, the faintest of hums. It is done. Ramsey's said he'll need half a day to capture anything significant. The paper displays clear evidence of having been balled up in rage and then painstakingly unfolded. But the numbers on it are still legible. 3 numbers, quick to hand and scrawled in rage, for people called frequently from the depths of distress. You squint at the digits, trying to commit them to memory. 2 rows of hieroglyphics would have been easier to memorize. At least those have pictures. The notepad remains thick paper, government grade. Embossed seal of Portofiro's medical board, each envelope slit open with surgical precision. He used a steak knife. A second and final warning for continued deviation from sanctioned neurological protocol and the threat of an upcoming review. You glance at the date. 6 years ago. He kept them all because he's proud. 3 used, 2 capped. The glass barrels are etched with wear. Nestled close, a lighter and a metal spoon. All labelled the same. Midazolam plus oxcarbazepine. The drawer slides open with a wheeze. Inside, a collection of branded pens, scissors rusted at the joint, a pair of latex gloves turned inside out, and a breath minting case. A dozen or so pens, all from medical conventions. Some cracked, others with logos half rubbed off. Neurosurge 78, precision is power. Cortex-Con 83, ethics in electrochemistry. Somnoloop 89, the future of sleep. 7 years ago. Each pen a time capsule, a version of himself with cleaner hands, and hope that already a near-decade-long abyss separates him from. Capital mints, strong enough to banish the deep. The artwork, a triumphant mint in sailor boots delivering a left hook to a giant shrimp. A muted clink, the sound of something moving rather than jangling. A single black pill plops out. Hand-pressed, small-scale production if not outright clandestine. Composition, impossible to determine. Doctors have access to everything, and there's nothing you would put past this one in particular. The possibilities are boundless. A chemical bitterness unlike any you've tasted before blooms across your taste buds. The pill leaves a nauseatingly bitter streak down the back of your throat. Like any good drug, a shadow of the full effects kicks in right away. Shortness of breath, A sensation like the fret of a cramp around the muscles surrounding your chest. You know exactly what is happening to you. Most definitely. Just below your ribcage, unknown muscles wrench and seize. A sun of agony illuminates your whole being. You have just enough time before it hits to realize this is what going into cardiac arrest feels like. There is no light, no tunnel, no flashback or DMT trip. This really was a stupid, stupid way to die. You return the phone and the note with a no secure. You put the Ramsey, the paper, the serena. Use 2 rows of high. The notepad remains thick. He used a second. You glance. He kept them all because he free. The paper, 3 numbers. The paper, the 3 numbers. The notepad remains where it is. The drawers. Some. Each pen, a dozen or some. Each pen a time cap, a single hand pressed small scalpel. Doctors have it. The mint rattles. The rest of the desk leans full. You turn. The grinning, the metal, the blade of light cap. A tensing in your gut as another piece of the doom puzzle slots into place. They were official. Still doesn't You gather the grinning man. The blue-painted door of the houseboat before you creaks with the gentle undulations of the bay.
Busy. Come back later.
Unmistakably the voice from the miracle line. Duchess. You hear her mumble something, then quiet.
What? Was this one of the old pilots? He told you where I live? Did he? Damn. Just come in.
The woman's eyes are sad but warm, crinkled against the sunlight filtering in through the gaps in the wall.
Sam was my father's name. That old creep just keeps finding new ways to make me feel watched.
Posture relaxed, looking away. She's confident that you aren't in on Pigeon's scheme.
You didn't. I can see exactly what motivates people. And with him, it's just plain old power. Boring, really. No, hon. I don't want to accept anything from him. Maybe you can find some use for it. For the trouble.
Big hips, nice lips. So hot. She wants it.
I'm sorry the old creep made a fool of you, but let's not let it ruin our day. I feel like that would be letting him win. You're welcome, hon. It's nice to speak to someone in person for once. I'll have to grab the phone if it rings, but otherwise, I'm free to chat. Just me and the 2 little ones. It's them who makes all the mess, I swear.
She laughs, but there's an uneasiness to her eye as she looks around.
It does not leak. And well, that was just an unkind thing to say, wasn't it?
But she hasn't asked you to leave. She must be very lonely.
I really should tidy up more, I know. It's the miracle line. Keeps me on a short leash all day. Or should I say cord? You know, the phone cord. I don't know what to tell you, hon. 2 kids, boat, miracle line. Oh, I'm doing a correspondence degree in psychology.
She looks around as if seeking information about herself from the room.
Long gone, sweetie. No forwarding address. It was harder with him here, honestly. All we did was argue toward the end, which is way worse for the kids than not having a dad around. Barely any of their friends have dads around either. It was the miracle line that scared him off. Made him jealous. Couldn't handle it. Called me all sorts of names in front of the kids. Yeah. I had an interview at a sandwich shop. I sat down and started talking, and the owner recognized my voice from the line. It was awful.
He stared at her mouth. Disbelief. Wonder. His dreams come to life. He asked her if she remembered his fantasy. Offered her the job on the spot.
Nobody wants to hire a prostitute, hon. And if they do, it's because they think I'm a free fuck. Always dreamed of operating my own dial-in talk therapy line. But with the kids and the miracle and everything...
She laughs, shakes her head.
It's slow going. The moment I sit down to study, the phone rings. Sometimes I try to give people therapy instead of sex, but people really like sex, hon. The phone rings at night too, hon. I'll get there. Just at my own pace. I'm unavailable, hon. Were you expecting a miracle? Happy to chat, love. Wow, really? Oh, sweetheart. You're angel sent. There's a book I've been meaning to pick up for my sisters. If you're up for it. Just a textbook. Green cover. She said she left it in a satchel outside her door. Just a few levels above us. Housing campaign, apartment number 7. Up the stairs.
Silhouette's address.
I really appreciate the help. Yes. What about her? Oh, yes. She's my best friend. And she's so good with the kids, too. No, if you can believe it. She rents a whole apartment and only uses it when she's in town. She's got a big job abroad. I guess it's normal for her. She's offered to let me and the kids stay in it. But I don't know. Our boat may not be much, but it's our boat. Something to do with the magazine? Writing. We don't talk about work, really. She thinks I work in customer support. Sure, love. That explains a lot. Let's talk about something else, hon. I'd rather not. Some things I'd prefer to keep to myself. I cannot thank you enough. You are golden. Our mother was a complicated woman. We spent a lot of our childhood hiding from her, to be perfectly honest. That's how my sister and I got so close. Best friends, you know? It's okay. It was a long time ago. Not physically, no. Our mum just always had this extra sense. She knew the worst possible thing she could say at any moment. The thing that would cut you right to the quick. You could feel it on the tip of her tongue, even as a child. Yeah, it was. Fortunately, my sister and I had each other. And we developed our little game. And then, when we both got old enough... Exactly that. It was, yes. I was actually hoping my sister would read it. No, nothing like that. I just thought it might help her understand some things about ourselves. I suppose that's right. Funny how they blend together. Part of the point, isn't it? Our mother was a complicated woman. We spent a lot of our childhood hiding from her, to be perfectly honest. That's how my sister and I got so close. Best friends, you know? It's okay. It was long. That's all right, love. Thanks for bringing my book back in any case. I'm listening. Oh, ancient history. Had a toddler and a baby. Needed to be home full-time, but still make some money. Saw an ad. Went for the interview.
She shrugs sadly.
They like a foreign girl with a smooth accent. That's been life ever since.
Bet it gets her off. Bet she's where.
I've heard that too. I prefer not to think about it, hon. It's my income. If I start worrying about the company tanking or changing their minds about paying them, I just don't know what else I'd do. No, hon. Not ever.
Ouch.
Most of the time. I had so much fun with you. Thanks.
You fucked it. She hates you. She thinks you're a stupid cunt.
Oh, you were being serious. I'm sorry, hon. It's not about you. People expect my voice is all. Duchess has kinda become the miracle. For me, right? If you need work, I know that Tonio in the alleyway is always looking for people to help him sweep up. Sure, hon. Not really. He just likes me to know that he's watching and to feel in control. He won't escalate unless he thinks I'm trying to escape. I realize how strange and frightening that sounds when I come to tell somebody else. But in my line of work, you just get used to it. I'm listening. Sure, hon. Sure, hon. Happy to Of course not, hon. I've no idea. Wasn't my choice. When I interviewed for the job, Duchess was already named. They were just looking for a woman to play the part. But I like to think that I give her a personal touch, helping people, being a friend to the lonely. She's doing a job, indulging fantasies that I would never in real life. But ultimately, it's me. That's your line operator name, is it? I can spot lies from space. Nice to meet you, Herschel. But I still can't tell you mine. You know how it is. Trade secret. You're sweet. Playing at a friend's house. You know, kids. Always an adventure to be had. Drop by again, Herschel. This was nice.
You return to the ruinous. You turn away. You return to the ruinous. The paper display. 3 numbers. You squint at. The sequence of the numbers is rhythmic, almost rhymed. You commit all 3 to memory and archive them away. The notepad remains. You turn. You return. You step away. You have arrived at Este's doorstep. The last time you spoke was the day your network blew. You never called her back like you said you would. Cascade. I just need an hour. I'll call you back. S-Doc. Herschel, I'm serious. Cascade. Me too. Get off my dick. I'll call you. She is quite old. You could probably convince her that she abandoned you. Should probably start apologizing right now. Lilies for funerals, roses for love. What for abandonment and betrayal? A card would have been a good start. One reading, condolences we met. 5 long years of seething are about to come to a head. Or maybe she's forgotten all about it. You avert your gaze from the door to the shoe rack. Knock, coward. Their shoes, 2 pairs. A little sweeping brush. Nothing left to do but apply knuckle to door. Soft steps approach the door, then stop. The loud click of the bolt echoes through a cavity in your molar. Just explain how sorry you are. Find some common ground. She might even thank you for her recent career success.
Hello, for Este.
The old man beams at you, adjusting a dial attached to a gadget on his right ear. Looks like a hearing aid or a cochlear implant. He watches your lips, then smiles and nods twice.
Please call me Pascal. Nice to meet you. You are? Come in, come in. Este's in the kitchen.
He steps back and waves you in with a loose hand. You don't have any photographs like this. You don't even know this many people. You can frame a photograph of you in the telephone receiver. More intimate than a static image, you create a new picture of her in your mind every day. As you look, you start to make out men who resemble Este's husband. The children must be his family. Este never mentioned a family of her own, but it looks like she's married into a huge one. To Este's right, a man with a familiar mop of upstanding hair. Love's most ardent champion. You barely recognize her, with a smile on her face. You turn away from the sideboard. You turn away. You turn away.
Kitchen's through there.
He gestures towards the adjacent room.
Yes, many little avenues for happiness. Quiet.
He laughs heartily.
3 years. Happy time. Oh, I was the postman. She always kept such a clean postbox. Started making me tea and, well...
He shrugs and winks. She married a man who knows everybody's name and address and has access to their correspondence. Clever as Doc.
Yes, it is. Us old people need love too, you know.
So beautiful.
Oscar? Yes. Good friend. Good hair. He took a liking to my cousin, Gabrielle.
He points to a picture frame in which a giant woman towers beside Pascal, arm resting happily around his shoulders.
Thank you. So kind. Okay then. Oh, no, it's okay. Estee's forgiving. Good. Yes? Okay. Bye-bye.
Hello back there. Just give me one moment. New cafetiere. Fiddly little thing.
She hums happily to herself, fussing over plates and cups.
Lovely weather we've had, don't you think?
Her shoulders stiffen at the sound of your voice. The humming stops.
Herschel.
Mouth set in a grim line. Slight twitch under her right eye.
What a surprise.
She pats her left hand dry on the tea towel hanging from the cupboard. There are tiny little daisies on it.
Yes. My husband let you in, yes? So?
Here it comes.
Biscuits? I'll just put a selection onto a plate. I have some new ones, actually. Chocolate. You're welcome. It'll be nice to catch up over biscuits. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? I didn't think you had it in you. Well, be my guest. I'm sure.
She lowers her head to stare at the red checkerboard flooring, at a point about 2 feet from your right foot.
What did the opera do with you after you extracted yourself? To me, yes. Archives, Makes sense. But you're out now. In theater, I take it.
You hear someone laugh, loudly on the roof above.
I've built a happy life here. Your presence in my apartment alone is dangerous for me. How did you find the address? We both know that isn't true. Pascal is a very kind man. I am lucky to have him.
She sends a worried look to the door. Pascal sits beyond.
He knows exactly who I am. He knows how I take my coffee, my favorite dessert, my favorite beaches. He knows everything important about me, and none of that has anything to do with my employment, current or former. I will not put his safety at risk for anything. I am not. I am a civil servant. Did you ever marry? There is a point beyond which self-flagellation appears more self-indulgent than self-loathing. I fear that point is many miles behind you. Work-related. Right.
She sets her jaw, taking you in as if for the first time.
Take a seat. I'll make us that coffee.
She spins towards you, arm raised. Your former asset is mid-lunge, weapon in hand, eyes trained on your neck. 2 cups worth of coffee beans are about to hit the floor. Times are once again dire, operant. Your own shadow is turned against you. An advanced cognitive maneuver could win the day. An auto-injector loaded with a medical syringe. Syringe contents, mysterious. A bioweapon hidden in a jar of biscuits. Assume the worst. The remembrances tell of a word hidden for centuries by a convent of isolated nuns, then stolen by Probable, who told the opera that it means subdue in a long dead tongue. Too close, already in motion. Snatch it out of her hand. A single word to end this now. Worth a shot. SD hurtles towards you. Your mind's eye lands on a slender file, cold to the touch. Its pages speak of a convent whose adherents speak an enchanted language, capable of rendering listeners powerless. At the foot of the final page, you find the word, karasukate, subdue. Your former asset freezes. A vein bulges on her jaw, cerulean. To your left, salt rattles in its shaker. From the room next door, the sound of the television warps and slows ever so slightly. Smoke curls from her cigarette. She watches you from its haze. She cannot look away. The inner walls of the temple sparkle with gems, a million insect eyes. Blue-tongued priestesses hum in the language of rock. Their voices cause tectonic shudders in the villages beyond. She staggers and sways, released from the word's control, limbs twitching as they come back online.
How?
A deep, choking gasp. She couldn't breathe. She pants, hair sticking to her forehead, still recovering from the command. The side reads sodium thiopental, truth serum. Ash crumples from the cigarette in her mouth. In the next room, her husband coughs. Good thing he's deaf, or you'd have both of them to contend with. You're in control. You could either use the syringe on her, run for it, or break it and forget this ever happened. You won't forget this ever happened. Nor will she. Stab you, obviously. You'd be proving her right about you. Be the better person. Show that you can be trusted. And you get to use this charming new contraption. It's a shit contraption. Old people medical grade tat. Which means she's less likely to chase you. She probably won't want to explain this little dalliance you're having. She taps her right heel on the floor, watching you. You grab the dial at the top of the injector and twist it hard to the right. Something snaps. You drop it and crush the pieces with your heel.
Damn you, Herschel.
The cigarette hangs limply from her mouth as she pushes her palms into her eyes. The palm push of surrender. She's done.
Do not call me that. I'm not your asset, Herschel. Never again. Fine, sit. What choice do I have?
You sit across from each other. Between you, a plastic tablecloth, assorted plates, pajamas but no slippers. That she warms her feet on her husband.
What on earth do you want from me, Herschel? What are you here to scavenge?
She ashes her cigarette.
You want the Lucian diplomat? What on... No, don't answer. I don't want to know. Not a word more. This is the bank, and a high-value prisoner. They will ask for a lot. Yes. I will find you the right contact, yes. But I want to be clear that I accept no further part in this. Expect a contact from the MTER negotiation division, and nothing ever again from me. They have no choice in the matter. It is not theirs to know. If you feel the need, do it yourself.
You'll have to re-establish contact with him yourself then. But there's no way you'll get back into that jail. You could try rewiring the phone network to the intercom. Find a payphone. See if it's possible.
Herschel, you're back.
She sighs, deeply.
I don't believe you. What do you want? What did you call us? Your whole sick crew? What about it?
She shakes her head, slowly.
It's a wonder he made it past 40 the way he lived. But I'm guessing it wasn't the drugs that took him in the end. Who was it?
Could have been anyone who killed him, she means.
Oh. For all his vices, he did not deserve that. Leave him there, for his sake and yours. You deserve each other.
She inhales, scowls.
No, that wasn't fair to him. At least he takes his own delusions seriously. Leave him there. You deserve each other.
She inhales.
No, that wasn't fair to him. Yes. That's what I was trying to tell you that day. But you never called me back. I don't believe you would. Do what? I was hiding from them myself. Unlike you, I'm aware of my own limitations. Don't you dare call me a coward. You weren't here. You were safe. Sorry to hear that. He was young. Was it to do with the network, or... Then we're living on time stolen from him. I'll say a prayer. I don't know. Nothing can be done. He's still in Portofino? I'm surprised. This isn't his element, though I'm not sure what is. Agreed. I bet you do. Same way as you.
She nods, takes a drag from her cigarette.
No. No. Poor man, he was doing so well. It's the pressures of the job. The ambassador's wife. He has such a fragile heart. She should feel lucky to be loved by a man like that. He'll come back to himself eventually. I believe in him. I do not think of Frederick, the junior negotiator. There is a slime to him, a certain sheen. He's nothing to do with my department anyway.
Her face does not change.
I suggest you persuade her to stop. I will not. I don't want to know that.
Her voice a low hiss.
Now stop. Stop it. Yes. What? Yes. I didn't. I'm still here. There was an internal investigation.
The shadows under her eyes deepen. She swallows.
I passed. Nerve, planning, attention to detail. They executed the interviews with a maddening bureaucratic precision. Every file, every movement, every sneeze accounted for. I started to hallucinate. Imagine crimes I never committed. My hair fell out. I thought I was made many times.
She outsmarted the bank. She may be a pain, but she is undeniably skilled.
It's called macrame. Yes, fuchsia.
She closes her eyes for a moment, sighs.
I wasn't always like this, Herschel. I was ambitious, principled, effective. I had the follow-through that you lack. I had a streak of successful assignments and every reason to expect I was in line for a substantial reward. Then you came along.
And now she has macrame.
Fine. Agreed. Goodbye, Herschel.
Sitting atop a pile of yellowing newspapers and dog-eared crossword magazines is a large plastic cup with a colourful wolf figure on the lid. He holds a long pipe in one languid paw, his posture relaxed despite the twin blades chained to his back. His name curls around the side, Placid Wolf. His little painted eyes are unfocused, a faint smile on his snout. A bitter herb. Smoking it is what keeps him grounded in the present moment. The moment will come, if that's what you seek. A good operant knows when to weigh and when to imbibe. Placidity and happiness are sometimes confused for each other. This is a mistake. He's a modulating influence on the other wolves. And more importantly, he's a highly rare and collectible piece of merchandise. One day he will run out of bitter herb, then he shall remember his true name and be placid no more.
Hey, my cup!
He stares at you with confusion, then shakes his head.
And now you're trying to steal from us. Of course.
One day Pascal.
Hello again.
He smiles kindly, then turns off his hearing device. He follows your gaze to the collectible plastic cup, and switches on his implant.
Aha, yes. Placid Wolf. Very rare.
Very rare. He lifts up a crossword puzzle magazine, appearing proud and apologetic at the same time.
One the puzzle. They do mail-ins. Never watched. I just think the cup is fun. Ah, no. Well, yes. But the prize is a toaster now.
He smiles, but shakes his head. The TV is silent, playing what looks like to be a documentary about dolphins and their trainers. Docile grey heads bob up and down from a large tank. Noticing your attention, Pascal grins up at you and turns on his hearing device.
Do you like dolphins?
Spoken as if he's talking to a stranger's child.
Dolphin friends are called pods. You know that? A pod of dolphins. Yes, we are a pod. That's nice.
He looks up at Esty, who shrugs.
I'll let you two girls chat.
He sat in silence together a while. He sat in silence together a while, content in the tea. A montage of grainy black and white photographs shows a factory full of machines, fabric spewing from steel mouths. Out of focus, but big enough to cover the whole back wall, there's a word and a number. Silk number 3. The screen is awash with neon light shot directly into a camera lens. The strobe flicker of colours forms a veil that hides a girl's face. A still adolescent face. Small glittering lips move as if summoning a spectre from a distant future.
Enough!
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You return to the framed... You turn...
Welcome.
He looks over his shoulder to check in with Esty before smiling at you. Like an actor asking the director, are we rolling? Such a happy couple. Wonder what else she does with all that sodium fire pental.
What are you getting at? Is this the cup? For the cup? You can't be serious. I detest every moment in your company.
She waves, then signs something to Pascal. He nods sadly.
I told him you were going to borrow it. Damn it, Herschel.
Bye-bye.
Placid Wolf languishes atop. Este's husband gives you an encouraging nod from the couch. Placid Wolf joins the crew.
Unbelievable.
Welcome. Well, bye-bye.
Back again. Fine. Agreed. What? Yes. Good.
You return to the postbox. You step away.
Finally get up to speed, operant. Just catching up on my shows. You see this one? Big and loose, supposedly.
On the screen, a black wolf swings an iron slab of a sword through a row of chrome-plated adversaries. Arterial blood spurts forth in bright red gouts.
Probably a few too many by my count. Maybe the techno-future's not for me. Reminds of something else I saw recently. One of the opera's finest infiltrates a secret amateur jail, then guts it out against one of their most sadistic interrogators. Bold, reckless, real human drama, you know.
An uncanny buzz in the air, as though a director might pop out of any one of those doorways yelling, "Car!" But no one jumps out of anything. No one appears to fix your hair or tell you exactly what to say. It's just you, the man with the box for a heart and a few meters off, the maintenance man going about his lonely offices.
Tonio Migo back a ways. Good citizen, loyal to his tenants, keeps an eye out for interlopers.
The maintenance man gives you a wary look from the corner of his eye.
Very class-conscious in his way. In any event, seeing our protagonist disappear into an empty labor camp was no way to end the season. Had to make some calls.
The girl, the paper heart. You know your role, operant. Play it.
May have played a minor supporting role, uncredited. Arranged? You would give me too much credit. All you needed was a little nudge. Now the opera's got you on a daring new assignment, set to strike the hidden face of mass culture itself. Let's see if you can make it up to all those you let down the last time.
A bead of cold sweat slides down your back, whispering no. You're not really about to spill your guts to a null entity, are you?
Thing about our kind, we're never really out. Take it from one who's been around. The bank didn't become the bank by taking the shit end of the term sheet.
On the television, the Black Wolf's shadow extends over the last of his foes. A trembling angel lifts a bloody hand, pleading.
Okay. Besides, there's others who may want a piece of your heart, if you're open to alternative bids. As it happens, I still know some people in the Ministry of Mass Culture. Old friends, you know. I can make a few inquiries on your behalf in return for your help with a personal matter. All very well placed, completely reliable.
A senior aide with a mistress he's committed to an asylum for her own protection. A secretary who's been indiscreet with certain carbon copies. An old torturer for the Weeping Eye, who was photographed taking an envelope from someone he shouldn't have.
No one you need to worry about. A debilitating thought. Good thing I've chosen my friends well. A little archival research with a touch of smash and grab. Have you made it to the P-tail track yet?
Bon. Meaning you're probably well-versed in the local lore. Remnants of Nestor's galactic boondoggle and whatnot.
But something of a sore spot in the local consciousness. Aging dictator Sweeten Nestor wants to build a world-class cosmonautics program for his M-tier puppeteers. Goals to launch the world's first manned weather satellite. Project Autonomia, they call it.
A long, dark, sexy tunnel built on top of a worthless old village. Progress, baby.
Big day arrives. Dignitaries from across the developed world line up on stands, TV crews broadcasting live to hundreds of classrooms filled with saucer-eyed school children.
Including in gymnasiums across the former Republic of Mercia. Regular class cancelled for the occasion.
Rocket makes it. Just about 3 minutes. Boom. One hyper-modern weather satellite and tens of millions of souls. Vaporized in an instant. Plus the 4 cosmonauts, of course. Certainly appears that way, given what follows. Emter cancels its remaining contracts, denying the city its only real chance to pay back the stabilization loans issued by, all right, Emter. Local economy collapses. Nestor flees into exile numero tres. A generation of school children is burdened with ongoing therapeutic expenses. A bit banal, so far as conspiracies go. But don't worry, there's a psychological dimension to all of this, if you stick with it. Fast forward some years, I'm in the Eastern Republics on a little job. Client has me hounding former leads in Emter's Public Perceptions Division.
The bank's propaganda mob.
My target's a retired filmmaker. I get him in a hotel bar, standard stuff, drinks and defection. Some rinky-dink little government, lusty for empire office drama. Beneath us both, frankly. Simplest methods never fail. Well, almost never. As it happens, I misjudge my man's tolerance. Next I know, I'm dragging him out of a hookah parlor at 3 a.m. I lay him out in a vacant lot, smack him around a bit. He's lolling up at the stars, babbling about Portofino, 77, and Project Autonomia.
The old man nods, encouragingly.
His tour de force and Gesamtkunstwerk. rolled into one. Special and practical effects, scale models, multiple camera angles, dozens of simultaneous feeds, not to mention an actual rocket launch.
He's not seriously suggesting.
That's right. And I'll tell you what, that wasn't a weather satellite it was carrying either. Thousands, actually. All under absolutely massive NDAs. Morally indefensible. Legally impregnable.
A devious species of lie. The entries are there but forbidden from circulation. Falsehoods and misperceptions enforced by phalanxes of smiling lawyers.
No. What young Cascade saw was a pre-recorded video. Seamlessly intercut and simultaneously distributed across the developed world. A miracle of misdirection.
A flawless timepiece of coordination and execution. Take notes. Above you, uncountable stars veiled by the scattering of blue light. Elsewhere, the bark of a small dog muffled by a window.
Strange business hours. Success and failure share the same rituals. Relevant parties stashed somewhere nice and chilled. Records obliterated. Impossible to say for certain what is or was. If you're one of the faceless mediocrities playing grab-ass in the dark, perhaps. But I digress. By this point, my man's brain is practically cooking in hashish. Narration growing hazier by the minute. I stash him back in his hotel room, then call my client. Space lore, who gives a shit? As I mentioned, rinky-dink setup. No signs of it detected. That's right. Asinine tribe to pick over and trade for scraps. Can't help it, I suppose. Old feelings creep up, scents in the air and so on. Nothing. My target vanishes like a hooker at daybreak. When he rematerializes a week later, he's near frozen, zipped up in a gym bag in the unpressurized hold of a cargo plane. Responsible. I picked up the tab at the bar and the hookah parlor. Besides, the inspectors declared it a simple case of aeroerotic misadventure. No, operant. I don't.
You feel that subcranial itch coming on. The one that longs to draw little lines between the glowing dots inside your head until your mind smiles at the picture that emerges. He raises a small glass of schnapps to you.
Considered the possibility myself. Leaves other questions naturally. Can easily lose your mind trying to square every circle.
All the same, he recognizes a kindred mind at work.
Here, the trail would have gone cold, but for this. Before he misadventured himself into that gym bag, my target gave me a number. One I've kept safe in my piggy bank until now.
HKT-04/17-E, a reference number for certain records for Project Autonomia, forgotten in the archives of a decommissioned rocket silo. See, it's all coming together. The Grand Lich's time of arrival.
The sign for the ritual of death to begin. Time, place, weapon, squad. 1/4 of your plot in hand. Meanwhile, the end credits have begun to roll on the little mounted television. Your eye catches on the words. Produced in collaboration with the Ministry of Mass Culture. Ave Imperio Luminoso.
A better deal than you'll get from the bank, I guarantee you. Look at me. I'm a sad old man in an ugly shirt. Bad schnapps and historical tragedies are pretty much all that keep me going. Very good. Bring your flashlight and a good pair of walking shoes. I understand the stairs are formidable. If I knew, there'll be no task, operant. Not weather reports, I'll tell you that much. I understand the archives are in a state of disarray. Ravages of time and so on. Still, I'm sure there's lots of interesting stuff down there. If you feel the horror of the blank space coming on. Portofino in the early 80s was a different animal. Between Nestor's final exeunt and the economic meltdown, lots of things were simply lost or forgotten. A sizable portion of Portofiro's foreign currency reserves, dozens of tons of highly caustic chemicals.
More than 50 known political prisoners, a number of priceless works from the Museo Moderno.
Why not? Perhaps certain records inconsistent with the prevailing picture of reality. Doubt it would be of interest to the opera, sadly. At least in its current incarnation. Not sure if you noticed, whole place has been taken over by spreadsheet fuckers. No feel for it. No sense of what this work's about. Asinine fools. Never been in theater. Wouldn't recognize real stagecraft if you thrashed them with it. At this stage, I wouldn't rule anything out. The archives are on sub-level 3. Can't be more than a few hundred, probably.
Strange man, strange wishes, strange destination.
Well, this has been a fine change of scenery, but I should return to the Fog Mirror. We'll rendezvous there once you've got the records. Hard to say. According to the official records, I was never there at all. Question of timelines and such. All the same, hard not to root for the old club. One hates to see the capitalists and techno-fascists to just walk away with it. Fine spirit, but can you back it up with actions? A tip, operant. You could waste your days sniffing my rapidly disappearing gluteus, trying to guess if I'm a double, a triple, or any other fancy. Or you could remember the tenets of our craft.
Information has a half-life. At all times, windows close. Sees what is there. A cost-benefit analysis. The probability of determining the why of him is near 0. Conversely, the utility of him is high.
Forewarned is forearmed.
The man slumps where he sits and tips his head back, as though preparing for a scalp massage.
Facundo Reyes, Minister of Mass Culture. Date and place of birth unknown.
no verified photographs. Alleged to surround himself with body doubles. Fearful of assassination by internal rivals. Architect of Luz's cultural victory gambit. Probable war criminal, but and they all. Never been one for that sort of bookkeeping personally. Should a mass bombing rank higher than a man-made famine? What of the tonnage of the ordnance? Heady stuff. Either way, conspicuous displays of martial violence have never been Reyes's modus. Important detail to retain if you want to get the full picture. Now let's get to the man himself.
A mix of emotions in his voice.
Know him. I tried to flip him once upon a time. Couple ways to pick at it. Executive summary or the scenic route. Very good. Double and myself are in Agora Minor, some years before the reunion. Raised then as just an under-minister, hasn't yet earned his epithet, but even then is known to be a secretive fuck. An individual of solid stagecraft and a borderline grasp of theory. Best left in the background of this little tale. Occasion was a trade fair. Reyes on hand to represent the interests of the Lucian consumer electronics industry. Double and myself are playing techno-curious buyers from an unnamed People's Republic. Something honest about hosiery, I find. Electronics. Who knows? You got a handheld radar, gussy it up with a new shell, and suddenly there's a microwave cooker. Granted, even then the quality of the Lucian offerings was something else. You could see the sophistication of their manufacturing increasing leap by leap. Murky horizons all around. What the old hands used to call a negative recruitment. Whole trick is to get the target into a photograph with you in a locale of sufficient danger. Then you threaten to expose them as an associate of communist spies, unless they play ball.
The Lucian high caste known to be a box of scorpions. Internal elimination virtually assured.
Obvious fuckery, but known to play once in a while. That night, the herd decamps to some Agoran magnate's auxiliary. Not Reyes, though. He makes for a foggy side street off the main drag. Double and I split up in pursuit, but our target seems to vanish in the hazy alleys. I'm about to despair when all of a sudden I hear the most otherworldly sound wafting up from the street itself. Basement karaoke parlor, it turns out. I descend, and what do I behold but the future Grand Leech of techno-fascism, spotlit on stage, sublimating his soul into an old Lucian pop ballad. Some sentimental thing about time and fate. Saccharine keyboard arrangement, redeemed only by the absolute sincerity of Rey's expression. Reyes. Not a soul, but myself, Reyes, the owner, and a couple of amazed salarymen. In honesty, I was so transfixed I nearly forgot the object of my quest. Without my double, there's no negative, no recruitment. But I can't leave my target. So I stay there with Reyes, watching him sing until 4 in the morning, when the little old owner politely informs us that he's going to bed. I return the next day to the trade fair, but Reyes is already gone. Later, I hear from Navessa that he was also spotted the previous evening at a film premiere in Capoblanca and an emergency cabinet meeting in Cicatriz Frontera.
In other words, he was in 3 places simultaneously.
A practice the Grand Lich favors to this day. As I said, slippery fuck. Our future Leech was still on the come up then, with few sorties to his name. Some shaky sightings across continents, hours apart. Eyebrow raising, not actionable. In any case, nothing like that day. 4 locales at once. Brazen stuff.
A message to the world's intelligence agencies. A tinge of respect beneath the bruised ego.
Hard to discredit decades of rumors, some as old as the opera itself. An incestuous little process, I understand. The Lucian elite being mental duplicates of some long-dead original. Gut says it's true, and Reyes is one of said copies, same as his peers. High concept stuff, but not the most titillating part.
It can't be serious. The gastrointestinal system isn't designed to make those kinds of call.
That's so. Say more.
He leans closer.
Matches a description I heard once. Defector report. Years back. Always wondered, was it genuine? Fine work, operant. The next part is one you'll want to hear then. Rumor has it the Lucians have a fidelity problem. They've been making copies of copies for decades, centuries maybe. Each new batch is less crisp, less faithful than the one before. With enough time, there'll be nothing left of their great man to imprint.
He relishes the fall. He thinks it's funny.
Their myth is the one propping up their entire belief system. Safe to say, thousands of La Luz's sharpists are attending to effects. Not that they were given a choice. Several among the Lucian exalted class, but one stands out. Tesoro Buendia, the 100-eyed golem, if you prefer Navessa's epithet. Reyes is committed wholeheartedly to his cultural victory gambit. Buendia is a hardliner of the old school, dreams of nothing but territorial conquest under the banner of Reunion. Sure, but I wouldn't expect them to do the job for anyone. Rivals are not enemies. To illustrate, Reyes may find Tesoro's lust for Reunion foolish, but won't stop it. Each dream the same blazing tomorrow. Sure. Let's hear it. Sure. That would be by that same token. Natural. The techno-fascists are really treating the place.
He take...
Two things stand. The artist.
He's not implying it.
You know nothing at all. No such thing in my experience. The jail's in your rear view by now. Any lead I offer would be redundant. Why give this to me at all? Devastating affliction. My condolences.
You could ask about his motivations, casually, as he asked about yours.
Call it talent scouting. I may be a nonentity, but I'm not entirely at the game. Wanted to see for myself what it is the opera once saw in you.
A damaged heart, longing to redeem itself. A fevered mind, desperate to order the world around it. A tool for a task, nothing more or less. Another plaything of the stars, impelled by processes beyond its comprehension.
As the old...
No flyers, no pamphlets, no gum. Really? Thanks. I could really use... Are you sure you know how? Here.
A black cloud comes over your vision as you begin to drag the broom across the floor. The last impression you register is the brush hairs scraping ineffectually over a layer of sad decrepitude that is not exactly filth. Don't you realize you are finished? 4 hours have passed. The floor looks the same. However, there is a... What is wrong with this place? No broom can touch.
Thanks. It's looking much better. Pick up.
You return to each prayer, the red... He twitches sheepishly in his armor of puffy fabric.
He had a gun. How did you didn't get shot? That guy's after Yana, isn't he? Do you know who he is? Like you, right? Is that why you both moved like crazy? Yo, if anyone asks me about this, what do I say? And boys? I'm 17. This is like a spy thing, yeah? Spying is hard to understand sometimes, but it's also very cool. Diplomatic envoy, diplomatic envoy, diplomatic envoy.
This persona will serve the boy well. Marco's hands vanish into his pockets. He settles down, but his eyes keep scanning the surroundings.
Made the switch from intelligence to securities.
Yana's using him as a doorman.
Doorman's a good job. Lots of famous people started as doormen. Yeah, thanks. I've got it all under control out here. Just pigeons mainly. Bit of people, nothing weird. What a... Cool. Okay. What?
The grinning... The blade of... tensing in your... an outgun. Still doesn't explain. You gather... The grinning...
Bored? What do you want? What did the swine... Yes, enough.
You return to the waste. The shred of paper displays clear evidence of having been bought. The digits are already... Your gaze drifts away from the note to the sad,
That's how the...
bureaucratic object permanence.
Not mine. Some junkie spawn. Ah, it'll be fine.
The doctor drums.
Loneliest.
His half-hooded eye.
Goodbye.
The machine is still soured by the smell of urine. The packet makes us the piss.
Hello again. What'll it be? Is that his name? Is he a friend of yours? Does he really? How unfortunate. I'm fine. Trust me, I remain faced by much stranger things. You have choices. Your money, your liver. You have your money. You have choices. Sure. You have choice. Sure. You have choices. Sure. See you.
The brightly coloured cans and cigarette packets seem even more. It's not if you overdo. Who said anything about the setting? You turn.
Operant, a handsome man wearing very odd headphones left this for you. He said some very nice things about my shop, but nothing revealing, if that's what you mean. I didn't know that was your type of thing, Cascade. The little Lusian witch parade. Author of your letter, the postcard. That doesn't surprise me. Very well.
She gives you a nod.
Oh, if you do... Go on, then. Of course. Something else on your mind? Nothing, I'm afraid. I'll be...
Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. An unprofessional question. Cascade, don't.
A sigh crackles in your ear.
It was fine. Almost over. I packed a supper for the train home. Nothing special. Just my usual. It's a long journey. Not much to see. Nothing to do. Especially after dark. Mostly just my own reflection in the glass. City lights zipping by. It's peaceful.
The heavy thud and sway of the Cohilan National Railway. She knows every jerk and bend along the route.
Maybe. I've certainly had the thought. What would I do if I saw you one day? At large in Ovessa like a real person, and not just a little photograph paperclip to a file.
An overlong silence. Damn.
It isn't. Or the latest one isn't. I don't know when they replaced it. 92, maybe?
When you were the worst disaster of yourself.
You look angry, but also quite fragile. Like you've woken up in someone else's body. I like... Not right now, not in theater. You're playing a part. Nothing. Because my job is to be your tether. Not just to the opera, but to yourself. In theater, work can be excruciatingly lonely. You spend all day hiding yourself from the world, acutely attuned to a million possible threats. It's amazing. I don't know how any of you do it. I can't be your connection to yourself if you're also connected to me. I know. Now, good night, Cascade. I'll drink to your health.
A click, and she's gone. The heifer coffee lady and bagman make an odd pair. The hombre, ever vigilant, watches you from the shadow. Watchful eyes Three posters stare back at you from the wall. A watchful triad, ready to creep into your midnight hour. You always felt that way when surrounded by that number of your crew. For now, this'll do. You've left a mark on this space. Three posters, the wall lap. For now, this'll do. Three posters stare. You have simply. Don't deny potential. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens you. The stereo is right where you left it. You slot the disc into place and hit play. No existential effacement detected with this one. You place the disc in. Your pockets are vibrating. You feel like there's something very important that you've forgotten about. Something very obvious. The bomb. The explosion rings out across the city, destroying Photo 24, comm stands, and any chance you may have had at redeeming yourself. The stereo is right. You slot the disc. You step. You return. There's nothing outwardly. Exact. Secreted neatly against the inner wall of the pack, just as you were once taught to do yourself. A crispy folded sheet of A7 paper. It reads, ZWS, JMXVB TW, AON, TRRA, KB, ZQY MUSGS. You've carried papers like this, folded up and hidden away in secret pockets and compartments. Short, uneven letter chains, likely a Rosetta cipher, the most basic kind used by the Operant Bureau. Designed to be decrypted by a one-time key. The pack slides nicely into your pocket, as though it always belonged there. ZWS, memories of operant training, hours spent practicing modular addition. These mental muscles, long atrophied, begin to awaken. All it requires is patience and diligence. ZW, memories of operant training, the perfectly ordered. ZW, memories of operant. ZW, memories of the sheet. You turn up. Ultravioletta gazes out at you from the postcard, draped in a half-length cape and decked with shimmerings. A pair of pilot goggles hangs around her neck. She offers a V-shaped salute with her right hand. Expression unreadable, as if you caught her on the fringes of a dream. It's definitely your imagination, but her image seems to smile a little. Ultra's fly formation reads the electric text beneath her. It seems she wants you to join her fan club. Don't forget the membership fee, which the Operant Bureau will definitely not approve as a professional expense. One among the ultras. A new belonging. The Lusians do love their aircraft. Unlikely that she's military-grade pilot as the branding implies, but a hobbyist pursuit is entirely possible. On the back is a handwritten note to a fellow fan, fogged mirror, upstairs. The world isn't ready to know about that yet. He must be higher up in the organization than you thought. Do not forget, this headphone man took a shot at you. No, you should apologize to yourself for being caught. Back to your opponent. Either way, it appears transnational capital has come to the table. Will you take your seat across from him?
Operant, I'll be here.
You have already Stopping abruptly by the honor book stall, your double Holocene opens the duffel bag he has been carrying with him and begins depositing books in the stall's donations box. 5 of them, every one a brand new copy of the same book. Blood Type Hecatomb by H.S. Lastra.
Lastra's virtually unheard of here. I'm, you could say, pouring a new element into the city's psychic water supply. I can trace certain changes in my cognition unfolding to this very day to my first reading of this book, and specifically, the trepanation scene. I have reason to believe that this cognitive leap was set off by properties within the text itself, possibly letter distribution patterns that correspond to certain proportions within the human brain. I have reason to believe more people could be susceptible to its effects. Apparently, H.S. Lastra's fontanelle never properly closed. There was always a little soft spot left on the crown of his skull. Nowadays, they would put in a metal plaque for that, but his just stayed open for his whole life. The trepanation scene is Lastra's attempt to make sense of the strange intuitions and visions which, he always felt, came through his naturally open skull, and to recreate their effect for the reader. What? No, don't be ridiculous. I just want more people to read my favorite novel.
Smiling with a degree of mischievousness, he describes the copies of Blood Type Hecatomb through different parts of the shelf, hiding one amongst the self-help books, and then turns to leave. You pick up the payphone's handset. The dolphin doesn't poke back, but it might consider it at this point, if it had any sort of brain to consider retribution. You recall the 3 numbers without effort.
Yeah? Emmy? What's with your voice? Have you been smoking?
Instant, no mistaken recognition. The character is prepared for you.
What happened? Did he wind up at your place again?
No need to delve too deeply. Just get to talking about the supplier before she senses something amiss.
Are you fucking with me?
Ice water sobering from the inside out.
The wholesale stuff? With the Azores? Oh, he's dead. He's fucking dead. Not only does he have me dealing with that fucking voice that makes my skin crawl, if I complain about it even once, he passes it on to you and doesn't even tell me?
She's drifting off into her own rage sphere. You might be able to suss out one more detail before this call implodes upon you.
Oh, don't you worry. No one is placing any orders. You stay right where you are, Emmy baby. I'm gonna stab the motherfucker in the stomach.
Sex and murder drives coming through muddled and strong. The line goes dead before you can say anything back. There was no chance of getting more than that out of her. The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tel Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You recall the three numbers without effort. The phone rings, repeating its muted tone like a lover in your ear. There is no answer. The line buzzes in your ear, waiting for input. The receiver clicks back into... You recall...
Yes? What is the ailment?
Every vowel turned into a diphthong, unmistakable as Yuri accent. It could not be more obvious. This is him, Gonza's wholesale supplier. For a moment, it seems like he's about to hang up. Silence wielded like a meat cleaver.
Process. Or I hang up now.
He's cocooned himself tight, wrapped thick in threats and demands for process. There is only a slim gap with which to disarm him. Again, silence, but the line does not cut off.
What did you say?
You hear a deep, sucking inhalation precede the words.
Process. Intermediary only. I have not forgotten what I owe him, but he should not push luck. Do not ask more questions, especially to Driver. Do not talk to Driver. He does not know how to keep mouth shut.
There. Finally, he makes the mistake of assuming your identity and letting drop something he shouldn't. The weak link in the operation is the driver. This does not solve the problem of placing the order, but it is a step forward.
He is honest, and this is rare. I do not want to get rid of him.
A principled man who can't keep his mouth shut. This can be exploited. The receiver is set down with a heavy click. The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tel Dolphin eyes you expectantly.
Yes?
The other end. The receiver clicks back into place. The phone. The line, but the receiver clicks back into place.
Hello, hello. A joke or silent.
The receiver clicks back. Step 1. Take the casing off the front housing with your screwdriver. After unscrewing the fastenings at each corner of the housing, you tug at the plastic until it reluctantly comes away. Underneath sprawls a mini-city of metal prongs and board-mounted circuitry. Step 2. Spin the dial on the right until you find the intercom frequency. Crackling electronic waves break against an anodic shore. The occasional snippet from a conversation breaks up the rhythm, a word at a time. As you turn the dial, One word you hear makes you instinctively stop and listen to the rest of the sentence. He cannot hear you. Not yet. Before that is enabled, you need to save this channel and give it a number to streamline any future calls. Step 3. Hold down the lever with the word reserve above it for at least 3 seconds. In your ear, a voice. Connection reserved. Please input an 8-digit contact number that will be assigned to this channel. You will need to remember this number. No need to make it difficult. Number accepted, says the voice on the phone. Please hold for connection.
Yes, what do you... Wait. Who's there? I can't see you. Or have my eyes at last renounced their function? Ah, it's you. I was sure you were dead. Supposedly. And you've contrived some way to speak to me through this little box. Very well. What do you want? Ah, what relief. You've set an old man's mind at ease. But now I'm curious what you intend to do with them. Does that mean you've decided to help me get out of this place? Joy. Denev has some feet to raise me up from my despair. What's the price? I suspected as much, of course. But tell me, why does your opera want to kill the Lucian Minister of Mass Culture?
No judgment in his voice. His curiosity is innocent, almost childlike.
I pray to Denev that you're speaking figuratively. Ah, you're being literal, aren't you?
You've exchanged the tyranny of history for the tyranny of the spreadsheet. A poor bargain.
So I'm to play the traitor's theme. Help a gang of communist thugs assassinate my friend and master, all to disrupt our brilliant march toward the final society.
The line hums. Dank water drips.
Sure, Herschel. No problem. What can I say? Prison has made me into a realist. I only hope that you don't plan to shoot me in the back of the head at your earliest convenience. An ignominious end for poor Dante.
You can practically feel the fetid water sloshing about his feet.
No one had to say anything. Some words are as superfluous as names.
Silence pops and hisses on the other end of the line.
Seeing as how you've already secured my exit papers, I suppose that means we have a deal. And what about my other requests? Tempo gave me certain assurances. Nothing extravagant. Safe passage to Novessa, a residence permit and a little apartment in the old town, a lectureship at the Polytechnic, total immunity for any offenses your party believes I committed against the people.
Speculative freelancing. Your old asset had no authority to make offers on behalf of the opera.
Don't worry. Only things of a purely cultural nature. Really. Not even the little apartment in Old Town. I was told the roof would have that beautiful red tile. I suppose I sound ungrateful. Well, I'll await your word. You mean Tesoro Buendia, the head of the Weeping Eye? Oh, I do. A quaint opera tradition. The demonization makes us easier to kill. We do it too. Mostly with undesirable minorities. Naturally, given his position. He's from a hardline strain. Nearly all the security and military chieftains are. Cruel, intelligent, but also somehow unimaginative. He's addicted to cartomancy, I heard. A ludicrous habit for the head of our secret police, beholden to the turn of a card. But here we are. They represent different ministries with different prerogatives. Tesoro and his goons still look at the world in terms of possessions and the tonnage of aircraft carriers. He's one of the most rabid proponents of reunion.
A cleavage you do well to remember. There may be something to exploit here.
Facundo and the Ministry of Mass Culture, however, take a different view. Hates them. Astute of you to notice. You mean Tesoro Buendia, the head? Cruel. He's a dick. They represent...
A cleavage you do...
Facundo? Yes. Pray for quick death.
Fuck that. Grant him one instead.
See, I was true to my word. What do you make of our techno-glories? A tale as old as Anonimo himself. May I ask where you found a suitable subject? So rather than leave him a blank canvas, you made him a self-portrait in a convex mirror. And? Are you pleased with the results? I suppose if we're speaking, it means they haven't succeeded in murdering you yet. Have I frightened you? Not my intention. It's just that the experience of meeting your imprint can be quite visceral. Stirs up painful feelings about the nature of the self, among other things. The same may be said for the imprints themselves, of course. Can't really blame them. To be ripped from blissful eternity and thrust into this sewer. I would say confusion is the natural response. I'm at your disposal. Go ahead. I'm at your disposal. I was meant to play the part of Facundo's loyal hound, sniffing out our negotiating counterparts. Odors of degeneracy and mutation, the likes of which only the developed world can produce. Of my purported equals, one is a high-tier alcoholic, the other some sort of modern pervert. Despicable whelk. If you get the chance, give him a cake from me, right between the ribs. Concerning, you do well to reflect on what that says about you. But let's say no more about my counterparts. Just thinking of them makes me ill to my stomach. An interesting question for one who's fleeing the light for the shadows. Has your time here got you techno-curious? Sure. We'll keep it professional. Nothing your superiors would feel compelled to record for your inevitable denunciation. A long time ago, there was a clever man whose name has been scraped from the Universal Registry. That's why everyone calls him Anonimo.
A name you recognize from your political theory training. A quasi-mythical figure. The first man to describe the ideology now known as techno-fascism. Dead 150 years before the invention of the computer chip.
Now, our hero, this clever man, advised the Emperor that the end of history will require a final subject. One...
Somewhere, the sound of a bell muffled by a dishcloth.
As a species, we discovered mass politics before we properly developed mass culture. In retrospect, this was a known goal.
The party sympathizes, The problem with the working class is that they are insufferable.
The result was centuries of industrialized slaughter and delirious revolutions. Your sclerotic party, naturally, has its own view on the matter. Anonymous Tragedy was writing a letter to the world with a future postmark. He died never having received its reply. But today, the postman stands at the doorstep. That's a very good question, isn't it? Perhaps the question. In Anonymous' day, mankind lacked the techno means to achieve a truly mass culture. Impossible to argue that now. All the same, our social and political relations remain trapped in a prior epoch. The fissure widens day by day. It's going to be oh so great. Here, the last vestiges of the individual dissolve in a suspension of horrible wonders. They say history is the only true consciousness, the great pulsating body of humanity longing on a mass scale. Divorced from that, it's nothing but a dim bulb flickering in a water closet. Discreet, pointless, smelling vaguely of urine. Not your fault. It's the suicidal age you've been brought up in. When true progress is impossible, the mind becomes ingrown. Don't misunderstand. There's no restarting history. Anonymous saw that coming more than a century before Latour Wolgar. What's necessary is to fashion a new consciousness, the final subject, who can act on history directly. The final subject will be a man wearing God's face or God wearing man's. The subject sculpts the mask. Still unconvinced. Look around. Tell me what else is on offer. An infant ideology, always on the cusp of its first step, yet stumbling on its heel. Did I pluck a personal nerve? Oopsies. I meant to say I'm deeply committed to social and political equality for all.
He did not, in fact, mean it.
Face it, Latour Wolgar was a horrendous betrayal of mankind. The suicide note for a century. Without it, there might not have been a need for the Illuminated Empire to unmake the damage. Of course, you can't just lead with suicide and the philosophy of history. That's what the electropop is for.
Nearly all defectors are driven by one of 4 factors. Easy to rule out. If money were his angle, he'd have gone over to Enter already. Unlikely. If it were a question of leverage, Tempo wouldn't have been promising red-titled apartments in Novessa's old town. Perhaps a partial explanation, but incomplete. He's more at ease behind the curtain than in front of it. The ironic tone, the deflections, the allusions to persecution. Taken together, they suggest...
A grave insult. I'm a loyal servant of Facundo Reyes and the Ministry of Mass Culture. Few have given so much as I. That's between Facundo and myself. You can't understand.
The lock clicks, then releases.
I already told you about Brilliant Obscure Anonymous, but I left out something important. Something very few know outside the ministries of the Illuminated Empire. You see, our clever hero realized that if he were to actually build the final society, he would first need to defeat the 3 fears. Lo incognito, of unknowing. He conquered through technoscience that extended humanity's dominion over material reality. El otro, the other. He conquered through all-powerful techno-statecraft that united and purified the people through overwhelming violence. Very good, the people said. More, more. Maybe, maybe not. The people in these stories do as they're made to do and nothing more. By now, Anonymous was growing very, very old. That only left La Muerte, death itself, the greatest fear of all. And Anonimo realized he wouldn't conquer it before it conquered him. So he was forced to get creative. The Emperor's minions found a boy, from Anonimo's same small village even, and they set about trying to imprint our hero's consciousness onto this fresh lad's developing psyche. These were early techno days. Days of physical and mental tortures, sleep deprivation, anything to shush the boy's own inner voice and replace it with Anonymous. The first tenet of technoscience. The horror is beside the point. The real sin is that it failed. Our boy fought himself out a window. So the minions barred the windows and got another boy. That one hanged himself, and so on, until one day, a monotheist mystic from Mircea introduced Anonimo to the principles of guided dreaming.
The motif of dream instruction recurs periodically throughout Mercian history and culture, most recently as a weight loss fad.
Soon the Empire was secretly raising dozens of boys according to a strict regimen drawn from the recollections of Anonymous diaries. By night, his theories and essays were gently massaged into their dreams like raw dough. Don't worry, it gets even sadder. Most of them failed too, but not all. When Great Anonimo finally shit his enormous bed, he led 3 imprints that he acknowledged as possible facsimiles of himself. But they would not see the end of history either, even as a new generation of minds were imprinted from them, and so on and so on.
As you take in his words, it dawns on you that he's led you all the way to the precipice of a great realization.
Yes, not only Facundo. The entire ruling caste of the Illuminated Empire is a single decaying mind in violent conflict with itself. Ever more refined dream guidance techniques, MRI machines, and dissociative anesthetics can't avert this basic fact. With each generation, Anonimo resembles himself less and less. Might have been healthier. The mind abhors anything that reminds it of its own unoriginality. Fratricide is the norm. Though maybe it would be just as accurate to call it suicide in this case. I'm no philosopher. You can imagine the promise. Less degradation and deviation without the human cost of the old methods. A truly techno-solution to the third fear. Our best chance to produce the final subject. No. The burning horizon recedes further into the distance.
He seems to think about this for some time.
I'm not sure. All I know is I don't see the radiant techno-future when I close my eyes. A small village along the coast. A beautiful woman playing the bandoneon. Abundant fish hauled from the water by skirted men and grilled over coals right on the beach. Their flavor enhanced with nothing but black bits of their own carbonized flesh and a squeeze of lemon. It does. It must. I've seen pictures in a geographic magazine. You say it like it's stupid. Are you trying to take poor Dante's dream from him? Even if I never make it, death en route sounds vastly better than waiting for our mutual antagonists to bash Facundo's itinerary from my brains. Nice try, Herschel. But no, I like my secrets where they are. If you want me to share, you've got to get me out.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tail Dolphin eyes you expectantly.
People's trade go on. As in Nestor's failed launch. Excellent. There must be art. Certainly. But do get... Excellent. I hope you get what you need. All right. Until next.
The receiver clicks back. You... The stall remains. You tell.
You're back again.
The G. The smuggler inclines his head and...
I'm listening. Sure. I'm listening. Sure.
He lowers... The brightly... You're in the... You repeat the same procedure. The
Wolf time. Yeah, you look just like a wolf. I wish I had one.
You look like a wolf killer. All the wolves wear clothes over their fur, but you're like the opposite. At least it's pretty. You can ask.
The children.
Oh, it's you. I'll answer if I can. Who?
A loose wind rattles the wind.
Yeah. Thanks.
The sounds of plates clattering call to mind the first time you met SD. She's waiting for you in the corner of a restaurant, occupying the ruined shell of the former Silk Workers' Cafeteria. Blue coat, black shoes, just as you'd been told. She pokes a plastic fork into a salad, deep in thought. A hangover massages your skull. The sound of a blender makes your eyes itch.
Cascade. I'm aware. That's why we're meeting. This is a new restaurant. Juices, healthy options. Part of a citywide effort to clean up the place. I do not work here. I'm a civil servant with the Portophiran government, ostensibly an Emter liaison. You didn't read the dossier. Let's see.
Voice was strong. Good. Ignore the twisting in your stomach. You excused yourself without ordering anything.
love to. Take a break. I have a lot to. With pleasure. All right. I'll be.
Fuck off.
Cricket's been chirping, Guns has been talking, and I got it all on tape. Wanna give it a listen? Alright, this might take a while. You got time? Get that fucking box over there, would you?
Alright. Communion with the cricket.
He slides right back into his old skin. The old act awakens dormant pathways to tactile memory. Even the pulse returns to his palsied hands.
Cricket logs 3 calls. First, foreign number, incoming 36 seconds. Second, a long one to a local number, outgoing, 24 minutes and 8 seconds. Finally, another local number, incoming, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Say the word, H.
Warm electrical hum, a heavy click and the rush of ambient noise enter in as the receiver is picked up.
Mord?
Checks out.
Aha! Got you! Reptile. Pass this on to the nuts at the top. Then all the collectors you want, and your best collectors. I will be waiting.
The spike of the receiver slamming pierces your eardrum like an ice pick.
We're just getting warmed up.
Among listening devices, he's back in his native element, if only for a moment. Stripped of his wounds, back roaring to danger. Static, click.
Gonzalo, you miserable bastard. Is that you?
Have you bathed today, Marcel?
Guttural, breathless, and somehow strained, as though in the middle of some physical exertion.
Not just. 6 calls over, everything comes out.
Yes, Gonzalo. I have bathed twice. And I'm not falling for this day. Not after the stress of dealing with my fucking unfaithful husband's businesses.
See?
Cumulatively, Ramses has listened to more phone sex than you will ever have in your life. As ever, he has a remarkable ear for the rhythms, the things that slip. Your asset makes a sour face, but says nothing, his eyes fixed on the tape player.
For the last time, and I promise, the next one will be accompanied by some dramatic act of self-destruction. I have never once been unfaithful, If anything, I displayed an excess of fidelity.
She's my fucking sister, Gonzalo.
The suggestion of usable information is cruelly whisked away.
Exactly. You and I are bound by an insane pheromonal determinist, Marcella. Don't you see? Anyone who shares your genes is subject to the same inexorable pull. Frankly, it would be weird if I hadn't fucked her.
Ramses taps his temple conspiratorially.
Gonzalo, you sick, violent man.
You know what I need at the end of a long day, Marcella. Come on.
What about my day, Gonzalo? You're a fucking supplier.
Target acquired. Ramses' ears perk to attention by your side.
Don't talk to me about my fucking supplier right now. I've already injected myself with the formula. You know the one.
He scares me, Gonzalo. I don't know that I want to deal with him.
Don't speak to me about those fucking people right now. I told you, it's the driver you deal with, not the Azzurri.
But Gonzalo, he has my number.
Not a whole lot of them in Portofino, but those few are rotting in money.
God curse you, woman. Already I'm starting to lose sensation in my lower body. You can do what you want with it, Marcella. It's yours.
Oh, you sick fuck. You would paralyze yourself for me?
Irrigational miracles. This is her shit.
I already have.
And you leave me to run your businesses alone?
All you need to remember about the business is the passphrase, Marcy. That's it.
Derrotado, pero inclaudicable.
Roughly. Defeated, but incapable of surrender. Every little act a show of defiance in the face of imagined enemies, down to even his passphrases.
Got it.
Success nears, big man hungers. You can almost taste those anticonvulsants.
That's all there is to it. Those words through the party alley payphone. Make sure you do it at night this time. And you never need to hear that man's voice again.
Oh, fine.
Now come on. I'm as hard as a rock, but unfeeling, unresisting, vulnerable to anyone who wanted to do something to me.
Got what we needed. Roger that.
All sense of humor is gone. All he wants is to go chasing after those men.
My legs are gone. My groin is numbing. From the waist down, I'm yours. Soon, I'm going to lose the upper body. And this phone will slip from my hands. You better be here when it does.
Unnameable homemade concoctions surround the motor cortex and zero in for the kill.
Ah, you depraved man. But what if somebody cuts you while you can't move? What if they wound you?
Then I would be fucked. Utterly fucked. Helpless as a cripple. Get over here. Now!
Marcella's breathing deepens to the beginnings of panting. Suddenly, the line goes dead. A recent darkening night. Dr. Gonzo waits in his office chair, unable to show his usual bravado, unable even to say bored. He surrenders to the sadistic mercies of whoever and whatever comes through his door.
Not my thing, H. Fucking sounds like the doctor had a good night, though. Shall we, go over the plan?
Again, a soft click precedes the wash of room tones seeping in, and the sound of someone breathing.
Hello? Hello? Who's there?
Doctor, help me! Do you remember the first year at the hospital? The little girl whose tummy was hurting really, really bad.
Gotta give it to Gonzer. He's got a gift.
I know it's you, Gonzalo.
Fuck you! It's not me! I mean, no, Doctor, it's me, Cecilia!
The illusion's gone. You can hear him slurring.
You are drunk, Gonzalo. You need to stop doing this.
Where's my appendix, Doctor?
Slam. The receiver crashes. Your eardrums can't take much more of this.
I get it. I'm thinking I might just leave the cricket there. Just fucking get high and listen in every once in a while.
It's not just about this call. He's only now remembering that this is his element.
Cricket communion complete.
For a moment, he'd forgotten how weak he is.
Just about holding it together, H. The dealer's number. You got it? All right. Hirsch, guessing we don't have the soul for this kind of deal. Is this going where I think it's going?
The market has failed. The time has come for state-driven redistribution.
I assume you have a gun. Good. What next?
Synaptic roots light up. A grid of variables emerges. Timing, sightlines, crowd density.
From the party alley phone. That's the easy part. You're not worried about fucking being seen?
Why didn't we think of that? That part was self-evident. That's why you didn't think of it. This was not a failing on your part. Do not admit to it being a failing.
Hey, just checking. Where do you want me? No arguments there, but I'm coming.
It's pointless to argue. You won't be stopping him.
Back up. I can live with that. It's a plan then. After you place the call from PA, call me, and I'll be there.
Unless we don't call him, you've already got us. You don't need him too. With a loose plan in place, Ramses takes in a big breath and exhales, punctuating whatever he's feeling with a couple of steady nods.
Is there anything else? See you around, H.
Back again, are we? Of course you...
You pick up the payphone. You... The cleaning tuk-tuk with its soap bubble. The tuk... You pick up the payphone's handset, a dolphin.
Yes.
Long pause. It feels as though the line is about to go dead.
Where are you calling from? This is not in agreement. Call from Party Alley payphone. On the stairs. At night or nothing.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno tell Dolphin. Give it a rest for use.
Remember, Hirsch, no weird Me and Mom. Moving on. Later.
Hirsch. Of course, aeronautical service in the Imperial Navy is mandatory for all young Lucian adults. No. The Ray 16 Ricochet. I asked them to paint it purple, but they refused.
6th generation Lucian fighter jet. Deployed in most of their reunional military actions. Serious rapid gear.
Lucy's always at war. I don't think that'd put me on any kind of front line. I'd be targeted and killed immediately. Afterwards, they made me the official cultural ambassador to the Imperial Navy. They paint my image on plain noses sometimes. It's not mine. Please don't mention. Go ahead. The job.
As old as her.
The early.
Then, not.
Piano? No problem, Hirsch. Sure. Oh, okay. No problem, Hirsch.
Don't make I can't. Yeah. Thank. Don't make I can't. Yeah. Thank.
Operant. Nothing. I'll be here.
The stereo is right where you left it. Crimson flashes. No sound. Amateur what? There is no sound. Wait, was that? The silent. The blasted heath welcomes you. A fallen star, an irregular rock of no color the human eye can perceive. A dispatch from the underside of reality. The intermittent flash of a distant storm silhouettes a row of dark figures against the pale sky. Mendicants dedicated to the fallen star. Many bodies, one soul. Their tattered rags soaked with universal tears. They weep with gratitude. They've been released from the prison of false images. It's meant for anyone who's ever dreamed of being consumed by a greater existence. 12 million dreamers roll over in unison. The static quiets as you read a brief crimson. The static quiets as you reset the volume. A brief. You remove the red disc.
Here you... Yes.
Hey, bud. Not at all, bud. Good to see the youth getting out, practicing their overarm toss.
You hear a whoosh and a crash as another bottle falls to its death. Must have been very unlucky indeed.
Aha! Hear that one? Went straight to the bottom. Excellent! Afraid I can't help you, bud. I usually run down and come right back up, but I'd assume it's one of those doors further down. Keep...
You stand before an arc. Your fingers skip across the... Your index finger instinctively alights on a thick maroon folder. On its cover, a seal dulled to black, and a title, Proyecto Autonomía. Your jaw tightens, your molars grind against each other. Concentric circles, with words curving around the edges. Post-mission report, 77. Old wax flakes under your finger. Hundreds of heavily redacted sheets. An executive summary, various logs, telemetry, personnel files. The rituals of a bureaucratic autopsy. A brief survey of the document aligns with what you know. In 77, Portofino attempts to launch a manned weather satellite into orbit. However, within minutes, redacted T+763, redacted. Vehicle, redacted. Crew, redacted loss. Redacted, critical, redacted. A note here indicates that while the explosion was visible from the ground, no sound was heard given the distance. That holds. Nothing would be audible beyond 20 kilometers. The post-flight review suggests critical engineering faults led to the unscheduled dissolution of the spacecraft. No other details. For a moment, you're back in that classroom, staring at a great plume of smoke on a small screen, rising and rising, until the feed abruptly cuts out. The entire crew is marked lost. Their names and positions are included on the next page. 1. Commander Esteban Roque, Flight Operations. 2. Lieutenant Ilya Markov, Payload Oversight. 3. Lieutenant Naira Celia, Comms and Telemetry. 4. Dr. Juno Avre Straniak, Psychologist and Neurocognition Analyst. One of these things is not like the others. None listed. Dr. Straniak's responsibilities are listed as maintaining crew morale, ongoing performance management, and evaluating cognitive stress. Horrifically vague, yet ominous. Here's a thread to pull at. In the weeks before launch, he conducted multiple psychological evaluations of his fellow crew members, which are included here. The assessments are grouped and associated with each member of the crew. Commander Roque's self-worth tied to performance. Lieutenant Cillier exhibits maternal anxiety pattern and clings to her position as caregiver. While Dr. Straniak has concerns about Markov's dissociative tendencies, he suspects the trait may ultimately be beneficial. According to the remarks, enter in sustained, prolonged host-reception state during which minimal autobiographical bleed-through is preferable. This isn't any psychology you recognize. It's all esoteric neuroscience and qualia. Across all three assessments, the language is strikingly consistent. He rates each of his colleagues for narrative identity, perceptual decoupling, and emotional flattening. The doctor circled his last name twice and wrote below it, Grenzen sind Illusionen, alles sich zurück. Boundaries are illusions. Everything looks back. It's the motto of the Polytechnic University of Treffe, one of the most advanced and controversial experimental psychology departments in the world. At the bottom of the page, a note. Additional notes may be found in Appendix D, AZK-11/05-J. Launch sequence begin. T-minus 10 seconds pre-ignition. Systems nominal. T+0 seconds ignition. T+85 seconds max Q passed. Telemetry is steady. T+150 seconds main engine cut off. T+155 seconds stage separation confirmed. T+160 seconds second stage ignition. A jagged cathedral, wreathed in smoke and flames, quivering against a bruised sky. Eyes meet across the cabin, the same terror and wonder reflected as metal screams around them. T+243 seconds, readings remain optimal as the vehicle ascends. T+260 seconds, redacted. T+271 seconds, redacted. Orbital velocity is typically achieved at the 8-minute mark. They weren't even close. T+292 seconds, reception lost. End. Discrepancy. What of the timestamp from earlier? It was nested among redactions. But not you. You flip back to the executive summary. There, buried among redactions. Redacted, T+763, redacted, redacted. Vehicle, redacted, redacted, redacted. Crew, redacted, redacted, loss. Redacted, 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 critical, redacted. A difference of almost 9 minutes. Tucked in another page's corner, among unlabeled indices and hundreds of references, a table of timestamps. +848 seconds, redacted, redacted, redacted. +1,987 seconds, redacted, 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 redacted. +1 day, +12 days, 21 hours, 53 minutes and 33 seconds. And so you do. The nicotine rush is pristine. By the final timestamp, a footnote pointing to a document. See SUP housekeeping and transmission storage. HKT-04/17-E. It must be here somewhere. You go over what feels like every folder on the shelf. Nothing matches the reference ID. The other shelves around you seem to lean in, as if expectant. You let the old shelf be.
Hey, bud. Keep. Hey, bud.
His silly theory isn't about you or him. It's about places. Places like this one, shaped by history.
Most of them are. It's just more palpable here. You know, I've been wondering if places hold on to things. Not like we do, but like bodies.
The sound of boots, the warmth of people, and a simple, stupid, stubborn hope.
This silo's been through a lot, hasn't it? Got its own muscle memory, bruises, scars, and aches. Built with hopes, dreams, and purpose. And then...
A violent burst, followed by a great hollowing out, leaving only silence. Is it any wonder such a place would still reverberate?
Wouldn't be surprised if it outlasts us both. I hope the stairs won't stop you from coming back, bud. I've been thinking of starting my own exercise group, you know. Get some people in here, give the place a bit of purpose again. Keep...
Hello again.
She holds a beer bottle over...
Ask them.
Sit.
Bye.
The vending machine awaits. The machine is...
Marcia! Ah, so you gave her the gift, did you?
Did the kids like it?
Yes, tell me, did they like it? I hardly expected her to play with it, did I? The gesture was for her. The gift was for her children. No play at all. Or, well, hardly a game. I knew she wouldn't accept the gift from a client, so I had to improvise. Harmless, if you think about it.
A trained operant, played like a child's instrument by a depraved old man. Technically harmless, weapons grade creepy.
What threat? I've hardly moved from this chair in weeks.
Pigeon, that stuff you said. Her being your friend, confiding in you. You said you weren't gonna do that stuff no more.
Bah, fuck off back to your manatees and leave me alone. Still closer than you'll ever get.
The old man's normally yellow skin blooms an almost purple shade of red. Deathly quiet, loud Zhao hardly even breathes. The smile was gone from his features.
What? Can't a man try and do something nice for a woman? Is that still legal here?
For a moment, he holds your gaze.
You can't live off phone six forever. Might be enough for these animals, but I'm a man.
He wants the real thing. There is no end game. There is only a pulse, a drive towards something unattainable.
I'm dying anyway. Who gives a fuck? And I knew her kids were like the present. That was no game. You're welcome. Please, I spent 3/4 of my life messing around with telecoms 3 generations more primitive than what the Renatel network uses.
No sense of direction, so he learned to read his instruments well.
These idiots could have done it too if they put half as much energy into it as they do into masturbating. After all that high and mighty stuff, you're still wondering about an old man's sexual proclivities, eh? Marcia? Guess it's only fair. You did me a favor after all. When we talk, I'm back in my military days flying a V-138 bomber.
A state-sponsored killing machine. It'd be hard to focus, what with all those switches and dials to play with. But you could manage to picture it.
No, Duchess is Lucian. I'm on my way to bomb her city. Just me, the button, and the extermination of a whole race of pigs. She starts screaming as the air fills with the angry buzzsaw sound of 100 rotors. Then the bombs start falling, and then she really screams.
Saturation twists the sound output on the receiver, the signal more than the electronics can bear.
She screams for me until her voice goes hoarse and she can't keep going. And then she goes silent. The whole city goes silent. It's... You asked, Monsieur. And if you ever feel like screaming, just call me.
He not the pilot.
Tell you what.
He means, you know what he means, but you can't help it. An apple's...
Wish I could say this. Until...
Hard to believe, but it seems the gap is widening, even as we speak.
This man matches the description of Frederick given by Oscar Metamoto, the Emter negotiator. Is it possible this mysterious gap he keeps on going on about is connected to the Grand Lich's imminent arrival?
Keep your voice.
He may be deluded.
Imagine the consumer. Good. There's nothing to talk about. The gap exists far beyond your plane of comprehension. Best to stay at your own remuneration level, for your own health. It's fucking cold.
He twirls on the spot, further tangling himself in the phone cord that's become wrapped around his neck.
I won't be taking health advice from someone dressed like whatever you're dressed as.
Such an insult to the people's drip cannot go unanswered.
You wouldn't believe these locals. The woman from the discount bin thinks she can comprehend the gap.
Maybe time to make a visit to the party alley, Taylor. He turns his back to you, definitively. Engaging with the flesh is pointless. This problem demands a more elegant techno solution. Then you'll be able to hear about this whole sordid affair with this mysterious gap. Your resident circuit surgeon. You've already located Radiant. Get him back on his medication and he'll surely make short work of this task.
You're still leaking. Shh. The gap isn't part of anything. It's the... Shh.
Warm spittle.
Good. I have enough to keep track of as it is.
Where Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy. He sees us coming. The young man gives...
Stay back, vagrant. You'll not get the jump on me.
The way forward is obvious. Duchess surely knows what this gap is all about. Just a little gap talk between girls. Warily.
Yes. Yes, we can. I've been doing some thinking. Gonzalo can have his dummy back. There's no good reason to leave it kicking around up there. Wait here.
The doctor returns from the room carrying a pink plastic shape. He hands it to you with a heavy sigh.
Tell Gonzalo. You know what? Don't tell him anything. Yes. How did she look to you? I'm not surprised she takes after me in that way. Did you have a chance to tell her what I said? Good, good. And?
If you mean to bring kindred with you, a clean break is best.
Oh, that's good. That's what I hope to hear. I appreciate you stopping by to let me know. It feels better. Until next. Hello, again.
A man of science should cower in the face of hard evidence, destroy him with the power of observation.
I understand that you are unfamiliar with portfolio medical documentation. See? See it from the medical board right there. That's enough.
His face crumples, head drops to his hands as he mutters something. Voice so hushed as to be indecipherable. Unauthentifiable muttering. Compel him to speak.
I put dogs to sleep.
Dog killer.
The license is real, but it's expired 4 years ago. The medical board didn't revoke it like they did it to Gonzalo, but they declined to renew.
You know it well. The sensation of being formally fucked.
The only legitimate work I could get was veterinary. I offer family medicine services on an informal basis. But as you can see, not many families pass through here. And well, there aren't that many dogs either. Yes. All right. Yes. Of course. Yes.
He would rather talk about anything else.
Please, you already know. Oh, sure. If all you are considering is the fact that they are both made of meat.
Your flippant misunderstanding has hit a nerve. It's not the first time he's been dismissed this way.
I don't blame people for only bringing me the hopeless cases. I wouldn't even start to know how to cure mange, let alone something serious. They actually like their pets. They prefer the person giving them end-of-life care to not do so with visible glee. I am, apparently, the more compassionate option. On a case-by-case basis, if the patient isn't able to travel, it can make it easier on everyone. Though some people prefer not to associate the memory of the procedure with the place where they live. Yes, well, someone has to do it, right?
He'd simply prefer it weren't him.
Euthanagist is a noble profession. During the early days of the space program, the most respected member of the medical team was the one whose job it was to prepare self-termination material for the cosmonauts. I'm able to afford food and docking fees.
Not much else.
Again?
He would rather talk.
Euthanagist is a noble profession. That's what I tell myself. Until next.
You return to the
Just stop.
Bored? What do you want? Metaganza. I'll have to hose him down after whatever that swine Hugo Abe has done to him. But it doesn't matter. He's home. Shut the fuck up.
The doctor eagerly reaches for the wiretapped medical dummy and stares lovingly into its eyes.
Next time you should get the payment up front. I could fuck you over, you know. Most in my profession would. Here, let me know if you need more. Store's open. Aren't we fucking all? Fucking amateurs. Cocaine kicks you in the balls when you're tired. Reduxel makes you an athlete, but it's a dissociative, so it can get weird, which is what you want. Neurotin is for whenever you need to focus and get some clever shit done. Then, as you know, there's the antilas, which is for whenever you need to act like a supercharged cockerel. Is that innocent enough for you? Raw physical performance at its stiffest peak. You're stepping balls deep into Gonza land now. You'll be a doctor in no time with this shit. Mama's getting horny tonight. To utter those words, what a life. What did the swine do this time? What? No! Don't lie about things like that. No! No, 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 no! You don't get it. Only real doctors get burned by the board. If we're both operating without a license, then who's to say I'm no better than that slug? He couldn't compete with me in his wildest dream. That's why this is so galling. They must have discredited him just to provoke me. Is the only explanation. Well, not today. I say to them, no one, and I mean no one, except for the cancerous hand of biological fucking decay, will bring Gonzalo E. Yes, enough. Adios.
Back again, are we? This is what's there for you. Well then. Of course. You have some semblance of an... Awful. Still. Absolutely not. I can see the stress in your pores. And of course you...
Hi, Herschel. The... Gap? What do you know of the Gap? The Gap is the most advanced case of erotic fixation I have ever seen. I've been in the deviancy game for years, and I cannot uncover its true nature. So what's your interest in the Gap? You're a friend of his? A therapist, maybe? Really? Wow! That's so exciting. I'm doing my correspondence degree in psychology right now. Seriously, hon. I have a canny method I've been using for years, and it's never failed before Frederick and his Gap. I think you'll have to torture it out of him.
A canny method. An advanced cognitive maneuver.
Oh, Hon, I don't know. I've never tried to teach anybody before, and I have so much I should be doing.
She's hovering by a sink full of dirty dishes. Offered to help with them.
I see you thinking about the dishes. Come on. I'll explain if you help me fettle this lot. All right, sweetie. I'll wash. You dry.
You rest your hip against the counter, angling yourself towards her as she plunges her hands in and out of the sink, filled to the brim with bubbles. The dishes she hands you are hot, clean, and lemon-scented. She picks up a small plastic teapot from the water, a child's toy.
You're so funny. No, listen. If you were to describe this object, you might go for the material, color, decoration. It's plastic, pink, has a crown on the side, and you'd be correct. But you'd also miss the part of the object that makes it what it is, makes it work, gives it purpose, because that's actually what the object doesn't have. It's the empty space inside.
She tips the teapot, pouring water full of glitter and petals into the sink.
Exactly. Clever thing. People are defined by their desires way more than by their possessions. But that's just the concept. How you actually pull off the method is much harder. You have to be like mist, vapor, something that can fill an unseen shape. Then you work out its edges. It'll be easier to just show you. But do you have any questions first? No one taught me. It grew out of a game my sister and I used to play.
She dunks a handful of cutlery into the water, swishes it around, then hands it to you.
It sounds silly. We would pretend we could reach inside other people, things. Then we'd just describe what we found. Then the more we did it, the more we realized we didn't actually need to pretend. We could sense what wasn't there. I think at first just silly things. Figuring out what someone was going to say before they said it. Freaking people out. Saying what was on their mind. But as we got older, we started practicing on each other. Or she started practicing on me, and I had to join in. She would lie just to see if she could get away with it. Oh, what teenager isn't? No, hon. Well, my kids might disagree. If one of them breaks something, I can always tell who.
She lifts a soapy hand from the water and blows on her palm, sending a little cloud of bubbles flying at you.
What kind of evil do you have in mind? Strange. If you want forgiveness badly enough to go to all that trouble, Wouldn't it be much better just to earn it?
A bubble escapes the sink. A floating haphazard dirigible until she pops it. She lifts.
What kind of? Of course. That's the point of the method.
A bubble escapes. She lifts.
What kind of? Don't joke like that. I don't like it.
A bubble escapes. She lifts it.
What kind of evil do you have in mind? I would do that if I thought that it would help someone to be better. Otherwise, I don't really see the point.
A bubble escapes the sink. A floating. She lifts.
What kind of evil do you have in mind? People can't even make themselves do whatever they want, hon. You have to leave your own personality behind. Forget yourself. No ego, no cleverness. Just let yourself sway, fitting whatever shape you find.
Neither particle nor wave, but some other fundamental entity, uniting and penetrating all things at once.
Okay, love. You might recognize the sensation. I was doing it to you a little over the miracle line.
Thousands of tiny bubbles cling to the dishes, your hands. They float and pop, following all the contours of your fingers. You feel them in your mind.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry. Won't go far.
Go far, all the way. Get inside, make a fist.
Relax. This is part of the process.
She giggles as she pours into your head, tracing lightly over your psyche. Bubbles float around the spaces between your memories.
I'm going to bring you with me now.
You feel the bubbles coalescing around you, supporting you, lighter than air. You're afloat in the space of your own ego.
Find an empty space. Feel around the edges. See if you can tell what it is. I can see a big one. I'll send you in alone. Your mind is yours.
She purses her lips and blows, lightly, sending you off like a dandelion puff into the nothingness of Herschel Wilk. You can still feel hard edges against you, even as your mind splits into pieces. The shape is large and bulging. It seems made up of distinct figures, some more connected than others, but all touching. 6 of them. Laughter, trust, the warm echo particular to nights at the fogged mirror. The shape clarifies as you pour and grow, gaining definition and texture, flashes of color. You find a table, drinks, one man rolling a cigarette, another holding 2 glasses.
It's all right, love. It's just your own subconscious. It can't hurt you.
You find a young man in a colorful robe, suspiciously off to the side. A girl with thick bangs and a thicker scarf. A pair of loafer pins. Then the gift-wrapped box they came in. Your whole sick crew. The certainty jolts you back together. Space suddenly cramped and full. You become aware of the floorboards, the hot water on your hands.
Oh, hon. I'm sorry that you're missing your friends. Maybe this is your sign to get them back. And that's all there is to it.
She exhales happily, giving her kitchen a satisfied look.
Now, go try it on poor Frederick, and let's find out what this gap is all about. Just make sure you come back and tell me when you do. I'm listening. Sure, hon. Sure, hon. Happy to chat, love. See you later. Hi, Herschel.
You lift yourself, elevating your mind until it becomes a floating mist. You stream towards her, letting yourself into her thoughts, finding an empty space.
Oh, love. I feel you in there. But please don't. I'd rather keep my thoughts to myself. I'm sure. Very sure.
You bounce away from her, somersaulting backwards through the air and back, whole, into your own mind.
That's okay, sweetheart. I know you were just practicing, and you're so good. My first student. I'm proud of you.
See you later.
Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy. Warily. Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic. You draw on the teachings of Duchess, splitting your psyche into a Herschel-esque fog. You haunt the young man, streaming in through his ears and nostrils. He can feel you inside him. He's jammed with spy particles and he loves it. You reshape yourself, creating patterns and waves like a psychic murmuration across the folds of his cerebral cortex. The man's eyes go cross. You dive deeper, splitting as you explore the caverns and folds of his consciousness. It is dotted with empty spaces, a childhood pet, a motor scooter. A Marillion SJ6, top speed 90 kilometers per hour, 150cc engine. Entry-level model popular with metropolitan professionals and a subset of hardcore national chauvinists. None of these carry the awesome psychosexual fright of the gap. Keep looking. You float down into the abyssal zone of the subconscious. At this depth, the voids move. Predatory shapes, sharp teeth. You perceive the erotic glow of the gap among them. Suppressed memories, intrusive thoughts, unfulfilled desires and abandoned dreams. They're all pissed off. You shape your own consciousness into a fist, swing it at the thronging voids. It makes contact, pouring through the thing's mouth and splitting it into pieces. An empty space, its surface taut to the point of vibration with pure pre-orgasmic tension. You slip in, finer than fog. You dissipate and expand, streaming outwards into the void. But as you grow, so does it. The edges move beyond reach, ever growing, a self-generating vast emptiness.
Yes. You're making it bigger. Silhouette. The gap. The luminous gap of unknown origin. The portal from which the minister of mass culture himself will emerge.
So that's it. The gap in the Grand Lich's official itinerary. Unknown even to enter. Wide enough for a bullet to go through. Whatever takes place inside this gap, it'll almost certainly be after the ginkgo has shed its leaves.
You trivialize its mysteries when you talk about the gap this way. But yes, what you say is technically accurate. I also didn't understand at first. I thought it was just some primitive mind games our counterparties were playing. I thought once the gap closed, the negotiations would begin. But I had it all wrong. Not at all. I've come to grasp that the true negotiations have been with the gap all along. No one on our side is permitted to know, except for my superior, but they're keeping this knowledge very close.
The name, the one that made him sputter.
The High Priestess of the Gap. I don't know her real name. To me, she's only silhouette.
A cryptonym, meaning...
She's our best in Portofino, and the only one on our side who knows the nature of the Gap.
The name, the last thing to be traded away.
In the central plaza at Party Alley, there's a little two-seater bar, very easy to miss. She's there every night. That's where we perform our daily stand-ups. Tell me, how did you... It makes sense, of course. Knowledge of the gap, forbidden to one, such as me. That's what I want, of course.
A rivulet of blood emerges from his nostril. He wipes it away with his jacket sleeve. Shortness of breath, pale, sweaty complexion, nosebleeds, symptoms of hypertension.
That's what this is? A mercy dismissal? Would you like some Nurofen? I don't think I need it all anymore. Amphetamines. I hope it helps you with your work. If you'll just let me say some goodbyes.
You've wrung what you need from this limp rag. Time to move on. He turns back to the payphone and slowly picks up the receiver once more. Eyes closed, the young man warily. Heads bent together, the man with dark floppy hair and the woman in the pelota jersey are lost in some private conversation. They match the description given by Ignatz, right down to the mole on the woman's cheek. The carabiniero murmurs something to her. She frowns. You cannot hear the exchange. Here you are, on an almost insultingly basic surveillance assignment. In your hands, it feels consequential. One shot, make it count. The pair are totally focused on each other, oblivious to your presence. You can see that the woman is holding a silver medallion, between the fingers of one hand. She's the bartender from the fogged mirror, Lucia. Bartender spy. The perfect position to watch and ask questions. The back of her hand grazes the side of his face. He leans into the brief touch. The woman's head is solidly in frame, but unfortunately, the view is of the back of her blonde ponytail, rather than her face. Attracting attention is a risk, but a better angle may present itself. None the wiser to your presence, the carabiniero continues his monologue to his control. The woman's head, attracting attention. None the wiser to your presence, the carabiniero continues his monologue to his controller, who's turned her gaze to the ground between them. The Ignatz you've met is a lie, a construct carefully crafted and expertly played. His buffoonery is a smokescreen, the deepest of deep covers. It all clicks together. Ignatz has been playing the long game ever since he first saw you. Maybe he's been playing the game since the moment of his birth. This is some operant probable level multi-dimensional chess that he's playing. He spies upon the bank and betrays the interests of the techno-fascists. That leaves only two options. A man who is loyal to no side but his own. And to you, apparently. Don't forget why you came here. You don't want to let Ignatz down. The woman's head, attracting. The clatter of the bazaar drowns out the click of your fingers. Lucia's head turns to follow the high-pitched sound, but in the ambient white noise of the bazaar, she cannot pinpoint its origins. Profile, clear view. A press of your finger, the click of the lens, just as she blinks and he opens his mouth to say something. It is not one for the gallery spaces, but both of their faces are most likely visible. She closes her eyes. With your subjects none the wiser, you slip away. Once again, the Caribbean, they don't notice your approach. The woman's head, attracting attention, none the wiser.
Hello, Cascade. Keep looking ahead, please.
Standing very still at the fringes of the bar, your former double cuts a conspicuous and vaguely unnerving figure.
Well observed. I need to buy some new clothes. Fortunately, no one but you can detect my presence. I confess I'm not exactly comfortable in such a public arena yet, but after the service you did for Miho, I felt obligated. Miho looks forward to its collaboration with the opera, on the eternal provision that the opera means exclusively you. And Cascade, thank you for trusting me again. Of course, Cascade. That's a sacrifice the directorship of Miho has decided it's willing to make. We put it to a vote. My one condition, I won't work with anyone from the old crew. They simply cannot be trusted. Cascade, I myself may no longer be compromised, but everything I said about the crew still holds true. We were betrayed once. Now we are contaminated, cordoned off, hazardous. The shape cannot be reformed.
A lost cause. He's not going to budge on this one.
Kindred was already susceptible to all sorts of manipulations, primarily yours. And after a stint in enemy captivity, it might not even be Kindred anymore. For all we know, she's Weeping Eye now. Techno-fascist to her core. Absolutely not. If non-lucid is the order of the day, I would rather pick a vagrant myself. There's one in the Hill of Pigs who claims to be able to hear microwaves. Though it's unsurprising that his consciousness left some kind of impression upon the terrestrial plane. Maybe it could hold up useful placards in theater. I trust you to find new allies worthy of our assignment, Cascade. Of course. We were sitting in that booth over there. Taxman, S-Doc, Virtue, you, Radian, Kindred, me. I'm hardly going to forget the most flagrant breach of stagecraft I've ever committed in my professional life. Even after the crew collapse, he didn't destroy it? Schoolboy error. Though the true error, of course, was taking it in the first place. Oh well. Because it was your birthday. I know. I said birthday in inverted commas. And now, 5 years later, it is still not your birthday. Yet here we'll all gather. You mean a game of hypotheticals, Cascade? I enjoy hypotheticals. They fall somewhere between fiction and so-called reality.
The narrow space where anything which is not can safely exist within his mind.
Give me the parameters. The what is obvious, zeroing out a major illusion diplomatic figure. Now tell me, how and where? Plot dead on arrival, Cascade. Don't do it. The biggest question in this scenario is, how are you even going to get close to that boat? It will not be docking in any commercial port, and in fact, might not even dock at all. They may stay offshore and send in the delegation via a disguised barge.
You can almost hear the warm hum of his brain as it processes and cools itself.
So, if your plan is dependent on being able to get a bomb on board, high probability you're putting yourself in a position where you're going to have to improvise. And high-grade explosives do not lend themselves well to improvisation. Probable conclusion. You end up having to plant the bomb in some other location, a tuk-tuk or a tram, probably. Civilian casualties abound. Unless you enlist a depressive or fanatic to charge into the boat on a smaller vessel. Neither to be trusted, of course. Say you do. It's still a suicide mission in all but name. But let's suppose you already know that and don't care. The more important problem is that you're not getting your hands on a device with the yield to sink an open water vessel. So, whatever bomb you do place requires extreme precision of placement. Now you're in a scenario where you're trapped with your targets on the same contained location that you're aiming to destroy. Highly unfavorable. My mind's burnt out from last time, Cascade. Give it a bit more time. Interesting. Do you intend to detonate it now? I'll take you at your word. It seems you have the upper hand, Cascade. Let's see. This is a directional explosive device from the Operant Bureau. Did they ask you to deliver this to me? Interesting. During the late 50s, the Operant Bureau became obsessed with sound-triggered explosives. This one's directional, intended for assassination, not terrorism. Of course, a rocking little number by the False Midnights, which hit the tippity-top of the charts for 6 weeks in the spring of '59. Huh. The Operant Bureau always did retain a sense of humor. You're still functioning, Cascade. Why not this little guy, too? Biologically speaking, everything within you is on the decline, but as I said, still functioning. Plenty to celebrate. You're welcome, Cascade. Be careful around classic radio stations. The administrative floor is right above us, and still accessible. Mystifying to me why they didn't send in the entombment crews. Standard decommissioning process for radioactive sites and sensitive locations. I assumed you would have reached the same conclusion. Entombment is a strategy used to isolate facilities. Rather than dismantling and decontaminating, authorities simply bury it under 40,000 tons of geopolymer concrete. Blunt, yet effective. If only we could employ the same tactics on the human mind. Scraps, remnants, me? What are you looking for, Cascade? Like I said, I have little interest in space hubris memorabilia, but I assume any record of the mission will still be lodged somewhere in the archives room. You're looking for an anomaly of some kind. Not you, maybe, but the people who hired you. Whoever set you up to this, I would be wary of them, Cascade.
Sunless, 6 stories below ground. He still synthesizes information about your life better than you.
Because the Opera has net zero interest in a defunct space program. This is not your personal project, and the majority of those who would do it as a personal project can't afford favors from you. Meaning, they are deadly serious. Stop. I have no desire to acquire any information that might place me, or you, in a compromised position. I'll be here, Cascade.
The bright. It's not been overdo this. You turn. The toilet is the bath.
Hello again. What'll it be? You seem to meet a lot of strange men here.
She snorts.
He's waiting in the lounge upstairs.
Alright. As you sink, an evening comes and goes in the blink of an eye. The stress hangs off you like an old. Lucia hands over you.
See you.
Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. Go on. I don't have any individual profiles to hand, but liberals are all basically the same. Ask away. You'll find a way through. Yes? Certainly. Fine. Luck and...
The bed welcomes. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
Hello, Lapinette.
She smiles, indicates the seat to her left.
Come, pretend to be real people with me for a while. Oui, bravo. Now sit.
She isn't remotely surprised or on edge. If there's such a thing as off-duty in this business, then you're looking at it.
Not one. Now sit down. No need for a scene.
She leans into you. Your thighs touch on the bench.
Welcome. Let me introduce you to our barman, Diego.
Hello.
Not so fast, Diego. Let me also introduce you to the worst calamanic ever put to glass. Diego's very bad at his job.
Your mother's standard loadout was also a calamanic.
Try it and steel yourself.
You sip the calamanic. It tastes exactly like a calamanic.
Thank you, miss.
Incompetence, both of you. Nobody in this city respects a good tincture. Now, Diego, please debase yourself further with 2 more calamanics. Actually, no. You've done enough damage on that front. Just straight mezcal. Bring the bottle.
Coming up, miss.
Look what he's reduced us to, sharing a bottle like 2 doe-eyed secretaries. Bourgeois poetry.
Diego returns and deposits 2 tulip glasses and a bottle of mezcal in front of you. As he removes his hand, a single sliver of sweat runs down the outside of the glass.
Come, talk to me. This is our little space. Let's cast off these silly personas. No need for them here. Fear not, Lapinette. I had the same idea myself and tested it out. There's nothing behind those eyes. Watch. Diego!
Diego glances at Silhouette, eyes twitching like a dog.
Yes, missus?
We're spies. I'm MTer and she's probably Opera. Those are the communists. What do you think of that?
Communists, missus? You? I'd heard they were bad. But you don't look bad at all. Maybe I was told a lie.
See? Now, back in your area, Diego. I knew that you were Superblock the moment I saw you sniffing outside the magazine offices. It's the air of lost desperation. Nobody. Same as you.
The mezcal was light, airy, cold. She watches it disappear into your mouth.
Cheers. Now, no more questions with no answers, Lapinette.
She smiles and downs her drink, moving closer to you.
Mes étoiles. No. She's misty-eyed, nostalgic, sincere, and tender. Makes me sick. I suppose writing poetry is a little more fun than editing it. I find that my hatred for her helps me stay in character, keep her distinct. Operants begin to blur when they identify too much with their persona. I've never needed anybody's forgiveness, least of all my own. The idea is absurd. You're in control over yourself.
This woman's reading a solid 0 on the empathometer.
In a way, it's all just work. I have to pretend I care who you are and what you want with our basement, but don't worry, my pleasure was real.
She swallows the contents of her glass, nods at yours. Your second shot goes down as well as the first, crisp and refreshing.
Bravo, Lapinette. It is despair, ma Lapinette. I don't want to talk about it. Truly, I loathe them all. I can't answer that for you. I thought you would know.
Her expression changes into the sweet, blank smile of her persona.
I'm just here to learn. The more advanced sonnets are still way over my head. Yes, please. Yes, I'm afraid he's in love again. With a woman. And less tragically, with alcohol. Unrecognizably competent.
The man carries on at an impossible clip for years at a time, punctuated with a few weeks of total and utter collapse. I'm not surprised. He gets so miserable that the air around him festers with it. His obsessions are always huge. There's a little of the masochist in us all, I think.
She squeezes your hand between her thighs.
He's an old fool having a breakdown, but he'll be back to himself before long. Down your glass and I'll tell you the story. It's a good one.
Your body rebels slightly as you sink back the glass. She tips her glass to you, drains it, and refills both.
3 years ago, Solar Point. Metamoto's out on an assignment when he disappears, last seen entering a public bathhouse.
Solar Point, a small coastal area of Lagundi, a Lusian colony famous for luxury tourist resorts.
You should picture an orgiastic ritual of sweat and steam, yes. Days pass. We dispatch an asset to retrieve him. He's not in the pools, nor the lockers, nor sequestered behind some crusty hole in a bathroom wall. We, ma lapinette, a fuckhole.
You're full of fuckholes. At least 3 of them. So is she.
Eventually, the asset finds Metamoto in a storage cupboard, naked but for his shoes, which he's tied together in a way which allows him to hang upside down from a coat hook, like a bat. Like a bat. Asset tries to wake him, but Metamoto isn't having any of it. Yells at the boy to leave him alone, that he's a operant and will be activated at dusk. Dusk comes. Our asset is still in the cupboard, cowering among the buckets and detergents.
All the useful things together.
When in walks a gigantic woman, so big that she can pick Metamoto up by the ankles, which she does, and swing him bodily around, which she does. Don't be repulsive. She used him to mop the entire bathhouse every night for a week, until he became so waterlogged that she had to replace him. Apparently, he was rigid as a frozen sardine the whole time. That's also how he got the hair. She dangled him upside down, and it's been like that ever since. I don't know whether it's permanent or he styles it that way himself in homage. I don't know, normal. One doesn't really notice hair unless it's doing something outlandish, no? Au contraire, you're supposed to remember it very well, and you'd have done the same to me. That poetry cover of yours is getting to you, but cut it out quickly before you realize you can't stop. Are you trying to make me jealous?
She takes a long sip, considering you over the rim of her glass.
I don't really know him. He's an out-of-towner here for the secret treaty. Can't help but wonder what he's compensating for with those headphones, though. Really? Bravo, Lapinette. I know him mainly by reputation, and his reputation is quite good. You must be fast. To your speed.
She lifts her glass, watches you.
You plan to run away? Shame.
She brushes your hand off her thigh and looks at you head on.
Is that a threat?
She clicks her tongue. The sound makes you wince.
Do you mean that, Lapinette?
Her hazel eyes soften as they stare into yours. The color melting, pouring into you, looking for evidence of a lie.
I think you do. Good. You really would have ruined this otherwise. The Crown Prince of Limbs. You make a much better date. I know. I've seen you with your top off. Let's not talk about Frederick. He is to espionage what Diego is to cocktails.
The barman winces at the sound of his name.
Diego, what do you think of my friend here?
What do you mean, miss?
Would you fuck her, Diego? Should I?
Please. No.
Diego, I need an answer.
I would, do whatever you say, miss. And you too.
An unexpectedly good answer. What about you, Lapinette? Would you give Diego a go-go? How sweet of you.
No need for me here, I see, missus.
Back to your area, Diego. But think on.
Thinking on, miss.
Shame. I would have invited you in.
She startles in her seat.
My sister? Is that a threat? It's an accusation in a dust jacket.
She sighs and looks beyond you, into the neon-singed night of Party Alley.
I have no use for that book. Our childhood was idyllic and legible, completely devoid of weird subtext.
She takes a drink, a longer one than usual.
Let's be clear. You don't actually know anything about me. Comprendre, Lapinette? Okay, ma Lapinette. Good things can't last forever. Time to pump me for information, right? But I want something in return. Oh, poor thing. Hurt feelings, is that it? Some of them felt good. I know it. You could teach Diego here how to make a proper calamanic. Or, if you'd like something less impossible, you could kiss me.
Deep tongue. According to her, the bartender's basically an unprogrammed augmentoid. Get in there and pilot him.
What money always wants. A stable business climate. Call it a hedge against a shift in market conditions. Right now, the Lusian stock is rising. But if that were to change, well...
Melita's voice in your ear. The bank will always deal.
We're the bank. If we've got nothing in our hands, we've definitely got a lot in the stable. You think M-Tear is some blank-faced monolith, but its secret genius has always been the fire screen between its many departments. Global situations, shadow banking, human capital. Each its own vicious little fiefdom. It ensures that we cover every side of every wager, even against ourselves. Of course not. It's the gamble. Like everything. Lapinette, it is high time to accept that this is the best of all possible worlds. No cataclysmic wars, no mass death from famine or plague, an abundance of goods unknown to earlier forms of humanity. Don't we all? Apartments with modern conveniences, a little tuk-tuk to stuff with children, a decent calamanic in the evenings.
She turns back to you and raises her glass.
To history, fondly remembered. Yes, yes, and where I work and who I really work for. You've got me, Lapinette. Sealed and done. Now, please, can't we have a little fun with it?
You let your mind shatter, fall and coalesce into a pulsating swarm of you. It throngs into her, seeking all the empty spaces.
Lapinette. I feel you in there, you know. You must have learned this from my sister, but we perfected it together. Let me help.
You feel her presence alongside you, holding you, guiding you inside her. With her help, you feel a shape, Stone, a carved face. At the bottom, a small photo frame. Then another, and another. Tens, hundreds. Above you, the stars weigh heavy on the black sky.
Still, I'm impressed that you could find it at all. Can you tell what it is? The mysterious gap isn't that mysterious. The Grand Lich and his entourage will visit the Lusian war criminal shrine at the top of Portofiro.
Execution site, marked, cordoned off with banishment seals. Fascism will bleed upon a monument to itself.
They call it a pilgrimage. I call it group masturbation. Either way, that is where Facundo Reyes will be. When he will be there, you'll have to procure from other sources. They haven't told me.
Beside you, Diego puts down one glass and picks up another.
Probably to prevent the exact type of incident you have in mind.
Your controller needs to know about this.
I hope this was everything you hoped for. In another life, Lapinette.
The rain hits you as you depart, bringing you back to the city. You pick up the... You pick up... Give it a rest for... You step away. You pick up the payphone's handset, a dolphin it.
Yes. Very well. I will send our driver. 30 minutes. Got it? 3. Oh.
The streets exhale around you. The shouts of partygoers slacken and music thins to echoes. Beyond Party Alley, your asset awaits your signal. Further south, past the fraying edges of Party Alley, a man in a crisp tracksuit climbs into a heavily loaded tuk-tuk. He adjusts the rearview mirror and checks himself. Verdict: dope. The interval before Ramses picks up is not even a full ring.
Be good?
Despite the quick answer, his voice sounds as though he's just emerged from sleep.
Got it.
Behind you, you hear the faint scrape of boots on old bricks.
You know, I wasn't sure you were going to call. If you'd called a little earlier, you might have gotten full-on seizure prophecies over the phone. But I still would have answered. How much time we got? Perfect. Like old times?
A hit to steady the fibers can't hurt. Just a small one.
Oh yeah. That's why I put tobacco in there too. No judgment here. Just happy to partake.
Ramses' lighter flicks as he inhales. Red veins glow along the joint spine. You drag until the paper crackles. Thick smoke rushes in. The crepitating telephoto lens of your mind widens as your circuitry slackens.
Anyway, the Herschel. The fucking Herschel.
Further down Party Alley, bass lines thump and laughter echoes. But here, the silence settles.
It's your turn, I think. You know, the aftermath of the shit show? You got a whiff of what it's been like for me. What happened to you, Hirsch? Everything? Anything? Hirsch, I don't know a goddamn... I thought you were dead. You realize that, right? It's fine. Maybe it was easier to believe. The other alternatives were worse.
Floodgates open, one by one. Great walls of water come crashing down.
Uh-huh. What, like cryosleep? I always figured they just, took you out back. For how long?
Day 523, row unknown. Sighting of a senior operant dusting the spines of cloth-bound logbooks. Hands trembling, liver spotted. He kept moving. Ramses exhales and looks up at the sky, taking it all in.
You set anything on fire on your way out? Hard to imagine you manning a fucking desk. Back when I knew you, you could hardly sit still for a wiretap. It's been bad times for everyone, H, sounds like. You think something to do with the stars?
An evil alignment of celestial bodies, the spearhead of that dread constellation hanging directly over the heads of you and your old comrades.
Glad you're all thawed out, H.
Time dilates as you both stand there, blowing clouds. You almost forget that you were waiting. Eventually, from down the street, the faint rumblings of a tuk-tuk grow louder. Headlights appear.
Well, shit. Guessing that's our man. Go time?
The ember glows, a tiny sun between your nails, the smoke taste of ash and something sweeter. And then, it's gone. The tuk-tuk slows to a near stop. The driver, heavy-set, or wearing thick clothing. The passenger seat is empty. It's about all you can see. No flickering lights from nearby windows. No other tuk-tuk lingering by. Low chances of passers-by intruding at this hour. Near ideal conditions for an ambush. A cloud of exhaust hangs in the still air before dissipating. The vehicle sits motionless.
Oh no, this hash must have me seeing things, because I can't believe my eyes. Hey, big girl, you're like a mirage sent to torment a thirsty man. Baby, baby, haven't you realized all roads lead to gold eyes? What can I say? It's my Rastamian passion. I go wild for a woman in control. You're telling me. What's going on?
He's going.
I would expect at least one of you to have a briefcase for me.
Don't let this get ugly. Not after what he told you about Vespa. You map the angles from gutters to rooftop, scanning for lurking silhouettes and blind spots. If he has backup, they're well hidden. His own words from earlier. All roads lead to me. How can that be? Unless, of course, every road is a different path, a different story, a different reality.
Exactly. That's kind of the poetry of it. It's got depths.
Not depths, but fractals. Ever forking patterns undreamt of by him.
I guess, yeah. That makes sense, I think.
Yeah, I feel that, Hirsch. Like, they don't start or end with anyone. We're all connected and intersecting each other.
Yeah. We are each other. Dope. So that means, what does that mean?
Lost somewhere on one of the infinite highways to himself. Deep.
Wait, are you sure this is where I'm supposed to be? Oh.
You and Ramsey slowly get into the tuk-tuk, your winnings in the back. As you drive away, you look at the passenger seat. Ramsey's looks tired but content. He's already helped himself to the meds. The engine sputters as you park the tuk-tuk. You pull the key from the ignition and the world stills. Water laps gently against the shore. Ramses exits the vehicle with a cautious slowness. He rolls his shoulders back in a delicate stretch. He looks at you with a tired smile before shaking his head.
You know, I think I'm good. I should make a call. It's all right, Hirsch. That call's long overdue. I'm not saying it's important, just, I don't know. Might be time to anchor this thing. I think I'm done with the hermit scene. What about you, H? You ever think of ditching your scene? A farewell. I could get down with that. Anyway, I wanted to say, you know, when the time comes, I want in, Hirsch.
You break them over and over, and still they stick by you.
Well, the odds are shit, but odds turn.
He nods. If you care about him, the best thing you can do is step out of his way and let him rejoin life, regardless of what he wants. Ramsey's already survived you. Let him hold on to the years that remain. He nods firmly.
I'll be at the fogged mirror. When you need me, I'm ready. Oh, one more thing before I forget. Here, I want you to have it.
It looks like a human skull frozen in mid-scream. Ritualistic symbols are inked all over, while at the top is what appears to be a mouthpiece.
It's my death whistle. Fucking nasty sound. Pig death and, I don't know, internal screaming. You know, in case you ever need to strike fear into your enemies.
Your hand closes upon the clay bulk. With a loose fist, Ramses taps his chest twice and mutters words in Rustamian. It is a good thing yesterday was not the end of history after all. You turn away from each other. The night air cools your face as you step forward. Portofiro's lights pulling you back into their orbit. The man looks across the roof in your direction, hands in pockets.
Good evening. Pretty cool for us to meet here. In the dark like this, Herschel, isn't it? What have you got for me? Okay, Herschel, sure. We can talk about the cat some more. It's more like the idea of white than white itself. I agree. All the time, Herschel. But it's a fallacy, I believe. Cat brains are not human brains. We have no idea how they work. I think... No, it probably doesn't think about us. It probably doesn't think about death, but it must know it. I think humans require music to find equilibrium for their emotions. But as cats' emotions are always in balance, they have no need of it. That's a pretty full-spectrum question, Herschel. Finally, it's like you only came here for the cat, rather than your old friend Ignatz. The controller was already on the Opera's radar. You should have said something, Herschel. We could have exchanged secrets. She's fooled you. That shows how impressive an operant she is, or how atrophied you've let your brain go, Herschel. Either way, I find myself very concerned.
The concern might be well placed. He is a master spy, and you are a mere sub-lead on this assignment.
This is why the camera is such an invaluable tool. You'll see for yourself once the film is developed. Good. Good, Herschel. I knew I could count on you. Where are they? Herschel, this is very upsetting. You're even rustier than I thought. But don't worry. An experienced lead like me is able to rescue a marooned operant like you. Futuristic as it is, Lucian technology isn't so advanced that I can see the photos before you've developed the film. Bring me the prints, and then we'll talk. Be back soon.
Operant. Nothing. Go on then. Of course. Very well.
She hefts the camera.
I've seen this camera before. This is a Lucian model. I would say it's rather rare in my experience. Where did you get it? I told that degenerate I refused to be involved in his little perversions any longer.
She tries to press the camera back into your hand.
When I open this up and take a look in the darkroom, it had better not be what I think it is.
Failed artist types always have a few pale downward shots of their own genitals stashed somewhere.
1 hour. No charge for paying tenant.
There's no such policy. She knows taking your money would make her complicit in the act. Another expense she can add to the Operant Bureau's running tab.
They'll be ready in an hour. Not yet. They're still developing. I'll be...
operant. Hard. All the same. Hard not... A tip.
Information has a cost-benefit analysis.
Forewarned. No such thing in my experience. It? Maybe till next time. Operate. Hard. All the same. Hard. It is. A tip.
Information. A cost-benefit analysis.
This thing?
To shake that gentle
Last I heard. And yet no one don't know about that. Till next.
Hey, Hirsch. Carolina still looks gaunt and tired, but animated. There is an excitement to her movements, a flush to her cheeks.
Guess so. The bartender's nice. It's been a while since I was out and around new people. Not at all. But I do miss my machine. I could be tinkering right now.
Stupid assignment getting in the way of the real shit.
Sketching out some ideas in my head, though. Something to look forward to when we come back. No. Nobody. I trust you. I'll follow your lead. Yeah, we're, taking a break. Yeah, thanks. I know he acts like a dickhead, but he's just playing a character. Nestor's son. I won't miss that, but I will miss him. I don't really want to talk about it, Hirsch. Weird. Like I'm on the wrong planet. I keep trying to control things with my mind, like I'm still in the machine. And I'm dreaming again, I think.
Bet the tech hangover is making them vivid. Or even making them real.
Don't worry. I have it on a yo-yo string, never gets too far. It's just been so long since I've slept that I can't tell what's a dream and what's something else.
A hallucination.
No, those dreams are gone for now. I hope they don't come back. I saw a man in a tent filled with smoke. There were soldiers or hunters gathered around him with spears. He was chanting, like a star shaman. No, this was way older. People were wearing furs. The tent was lit by flame in a pit. He threw what looked like dice onto the ground, but when he picked them up, I saw they were bones. Each side carved with the rune script, just like I use. I didn't understand anything that they were saying, but they didn't like whatever the bones told them. It was like they'd been sentenced to death.
She's trying to seem detached, but she's clearly disturbed.
Yeah, probably. It's nice to have dreams that are just mind nonsense again. Difficult not to look for meaning in them, but it would be like convincing yourself you're hearing words in a cooling fan, right? Haven't slept since you last asked. No. Nobody? I trust you. I'll follow your lead. See you.
The imprint returns. I'll be...
Hello again. What'll it be? See you.
The brightly coloured cat. You repeat the same. You turn. Tiny figures, speakers, the bar. Ahead. You will light the next arrow trap. You return to the fate all around.
Ah, here you... Ah, yes.
An insane... You know it in your gut.
Take it.
A queasy... Somehow you...
Just wait. 6 hours. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow.
A nod, slight peel over her shoulder.
Look. Take my...
You're skeptic.
What do you want? Yes.
Operant.
Her lips twist in a sour expression as she shoves the packet of prints at you.
There's your pictures. And I don't mind saying, you should feel ashamed. I can only imagine if this is how you spend your time. The next time you see Ignatz, tell him to leave that poor woman alone. I don't. Though at this point, I feel like she could be the daughter I was never able to have. But I suppose you know all about her? What a joke. She's a woman being hounded by a pervert. Anyone with eyes or a brain can see what's going on here.
Staring at photos all day doesn't make her a student of the human condition. Just another species of voyeur.
You believe that nonsense? I was told you knew what you were doing.
A phrase you've heard uttered often, with either panic or disappointment.
You're a very cruel and foolish woman. Let me remind you, Operant, that this is still a free city. We have the right to refuse service to anyone. Very well.
She gives you a...
I'll be...
Hirsch. See you.
Operant. Till next.
Hey, Hirsch. How's this life treating you? Still adjusting to the frequency, you know? So lights feel weird, not as wobbly as usual.
He still doesn't quite believe it.
Learning how to use my fucking hands again, like I'm a baby again or something.
All expression vanishes from his face. The wrinkle lines smooth over and the frown of concentration disappears.
Say the word, H. I already told you once, H.
Not one to make idle promises. Once is enough for Ramses.
I think you know the answer to that question. I'm not working with that guy. Just no fucking weirdos, yeah, Hirsch? Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, H. Keep him the fuck away from me.
He nods.
It's like you read my mind.
Mind reading level, tutorial. You have smoked an infinity of joints with Ramses, and yet it is only as he reaches into his bag and pulls out the paraphernalia that you remember one particular aspect of the experience. Just wait for it. It begins by stretching out a rolling paper on the table, which he mock rolls in his fingers a few times to get the paper to the right texture. And then keep waiting for it. He starts to pick apart the nugs by hand, a process which gets incrementally slower with every minute as his fingers grow stickier and stickier.
No, I've got it.
Time passes. Every once in a while, he flicks the lighter and runs it over his fingertips to decarboxylate the hash stuck to him, and then licks them, one by one.
Joint or spliff?
One takes longer as it includes tobacco. This is a bad time to forget which.
Wrong, my friend.
Then he proceeds to do the same thing he just did, but now with the tobacco.
I mean, kind of. But if you don't pick it apart right, it burns unevenly.
With mounting disbelief, you watch as he meticulously mixes it, striving for every square millimeter of the compound to have the exact same proportion and distribution of brown on green.
5-1. Thanks, Hirsch. I am.
Once mixed, he grabs little bunches of the mixture and starts placing it upon the open paper, occasionally prodding at it with a stick to re-achieve the desired distribution. Next, Ramses pulls out a notebook and starts to tear a rectangular strip of paper out from the corner of one page to make the filter. Air and the clashing smells of fragrant weed and stale beer fill your lungs. You feel something like peace begin to come.
All right, nice. Halfway through. Just got to burn the edges of the filter so we're not getting any loose paper.
Once trimmed, the filter is rolled, including a fun little squiggle in the middle. He tests its diameter and springiness by squeezing it softly between his fingers. All right, that's gotta be the last step. Apparently finding it wanting in springiness, he starts anew with another page corner. And so the time passes. Finally, he is using the back end of a match to pat the mixture down.
All right, one spliff coming right up. Taste it. See for yourself.
It is perfection. It is art. An island of craft in a sea of barbarity.
I feel like it's still a little uneven, you know? Got a question. You ever think about what this stuff is doing to us? Yeah, but I mean, this is some kind of vegetable life we're inhaling, getting it into our minds. What if we're like fucking becoming one?
He's right. The vegetables are probably setting up home in your brain grooves right now. It does feel like something else is controlling your body. The party has been compromised. Oust the vegetal dissident.
What? Hirsch, no, I'm not a vegetable. Not yet, at least. Think about it. All I'm saying. Something as good as that always comes with a cost.
You finish the rest of the joint in a rhythm of inhales. By the end, it feels like both your minds have melded with the sticky floorboards.
I'm listening. So it's an assassination. Why now?
He keeps tugging at his beard, engrossed in his thoughts, before suddenly shrugging.
Still, it might just work, you know? To be clear, we're definitely not making it out alive. But that doesn't mean it won't work, you know? On a grand scale and all. The Lucians love to wage war without waging it. Keeping it all on their own terms. The only way to win against them is to just fucking not play their subtlety game. Otherwise, they win without you even knowing you were playing. That's how the dream fell, after all. Why not? People dress like them, eat their food, mimic their slang. They don't need to invade this place.
Even you have memorized the names of their cartoon wolves.
I shit out better tunes, alright? My point is, they could take this place with little resistance. The People's Republics could roll out the warships. Maybe claim Portofino, blood, ruins and all. But what's the point? You can't carpet bomb want. Thing is, what the Lucians are peddling, it's not real. It's a ritual. A shit song they keep pumping over the radio until one day you wake up and find it's your favorite tune.
Symbols repeated over and over. A quiet process of attrition.
That kind of cultural warfare, you can't fight it on its own terms. You have to put a bullet in somebody. I assume you know the broad strokes. The dream was a beautiful clusterfuck. Guilds, federations, communes, all working together. Been that way since the 2200s, going by the old calendar. Since the death of Sultan Murad IV, the last of his kind, inshallah. Maybe not at first. Maybe it's just what nations do as entities. They spread. You ever look at the map? Those things are fucked up.
Malignant growths forever squirming against each other.
Rustam fell because the world grew. It really is that simple. Modernity chipping away at it year after year. Final night, my people set fire to the dream. Every granary, every workshop, every field, every road. Victory. The fields were ashed and salted. The topsoil scraped away. Wells were blown up. Water sources buried under rubble. Scorched motherfucking earth. The developed world's win condition was our obedience and the land's. They didn't get either. If anything, you could call it a stalemate. Here's the takeaway, Hirsch. Every invading force has its terms. You want to fuck with them. You can't play their game. Yeah. Plus, I figure I owe the Weeping Eye a little payback. Tribal and Sony shit. Read about it in a magazine years ago, and been fascinated ever since. Supposed to sound like a human scream. Horrifying. Reverse engineer assumes I have one. This is all I had to go off.
A faded magazine cut out from a general interest digest from years ago. It shows a heavily feathered tribesman cradling a stubby flute, with the front end fashioned in the shape of a human skull. You know the kind. Vaguely colonial, full of misinformation and the promise of erotic adventures with cannibals in far-off jungles.
Pretty much. It talks a big game about how the whistle was used to paralyze the enemy before an ambush and how it would strike fear into the glands of their enemies. But very little about the acoustics, you know? It kept me going when I needed it. Well, the pitch depends on the tube diameter, you know? So, you could probably make a really little one that sounds like a child.
He beams at the sound of your approval.
Cavities in the shape of our fucking mouth and throat apparatus. Adding the leather strip as a vocal cord surrogate really helped. Just need to figure out how to tune leather. Supposedly, text says they used actual vocal cords ripped from their enemies, but maybe not. Whatever they used, clay does not sound like that by itself. You will not regret this.
With a great big inhale, Ramses blows into the whistle once again, sacrificing his breath and turning it into an encroaching sound. Within it, horribly you hear words. Like the screams of babies, the sound bypasses all logic and goes directly for the panic response. Deep inside, somewhere in the bloody recesses of your genetics, something primal and long dormant stirs. Over at the bar, Lucia has covered her ears with her hands. Every patron has turned towards you. A memory from several thousand years before your birth.
See? It's like, even though you know nothing's happening, your body's sure it's about to get slaughtered.
Seeing the look he's getting, Ramses hands the death whistle back, holding a hand up in sorry to everyone at the bar afterwards.
That's sweet of you to say, H, but we're not there yet. But it was never ever alive. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. There's something in there I can't quite place. Like it's just past what you're actually hearing. I can play it again if you want. Yeah. Don't be a... How goes it, H? I'm no fucking expert, but shoot.
You brace yourself for that thing.
Fuck yeah.
A burst of cold and fetid sweat as your body poisons itself with stress chemical. Nothing. The primal memory gone. All you hear is an ugly, aggravating scream.
Anything? Still a fucked up sound. Yeah. I'm no... Yeah. Don't be a
Hirsch, haven't slept. See you.
Operant. Till next.
Cascade. I've been playing I Spy relentlessly with myself to pass the time. I'll be...
The bed welcome. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. Go on. Fine. Larkin's.
Hello again. After what she did to you, I don't understand why you would do that. What did you do that's as bad as what she did? Actually, don't tell me. I don't want... You've been taking...
An obscure pleasure.
They are. Goodbye.
Ahead, the electric hum and rhythmic clatter of an aero. You alight the next air. Ahead, the electric. You catch the next aero tram.
Tram 2, RTL, approaching. Tram departing.
Ah, you found me. As you can see, I didn't get very far. I'm still here, still a Renotel technician. I'm still considering it. I thought perhaps if I stayed a while at this tree, it would help clear my head. No, not entirely. But that's not the tree's fault. Peaceful, isn't it? Taking my breaks under this tree might be the part of my job I most look forward to now, because it isn't native to Portofino, or really this part of the world at all. The old Lusians planted it back when this place was a penal colony. Under the first illuminated empire, they planted these trees wherever they settled. If you see one, it means the old illuminated empire was here. The old Lusian ginkgo. All Lusian ginkgos are effectively clones of a single original. It's this quality that causes them to shed their leaves simultaneously, no matter the latitude or season. It's a major feast day in Lusian culture. Of course, no one knows exactly when the leaves will fall. My abuela used to take me to the shrine to Canopus outside our town. There would always be local officials there making political speeches. No, I used to hide in the shrines while they talked. I thought they were very boring.
Never underestimate the power of subliminal messaging and passive learning.
Anyway, I found myself paying more attention to things like this tree lately. It seems to be calling to me. Of course. Sure. What about it? You can plug it down.
I wish I could say that.
Right?
You find yourself before the old losing. Time pass. No one takes. You let your vision. Nothing much happens. Yes. And you're. Yes. You leave. You pick up the payphone's handset. The dolphin doesn't poke back, but it might consider it at this. The phone, the line, the risk. Syllables.
No interruption. I'm just thinking about eating a roast goose.
When true freedom is impossible, the difference between theory and practice is very small. Human beings live on horror. It all goes back to eating meat. The moment you make your enemy into an animal, he may be killed and eaten without guilt. And why should you? That's simply bourgeois morality. The denial of nature. Truly sad. But then I don't expect you called just to talk about my imaginary supper. I have a favor to ask, if you would do me the kindness. Are you outside just now? Perfect. Beautiful. Next question. Do you know what a ginkgo tree looks like? Very good. Now tell me, what's it like? I want to feel like I'm there, looking at it with you.
A fireball of gold, frozen in time. People go about it, oblivious to the miraculous violence in their midst. A few meters away, another aerotram arrives. Commuters step off, their bodies soar after their daily labors, milliseconds away from being engulfed in brilliance. No one seems to notice. No one, except you.
Whoa! An arresting image. What do you suppose it means? What's that? Stirrings of a guilty conscience? Or some kind of premonition?
The moment passes. The commuters have deserted the plaza. When you look at the ginkgo again, it's no longer a symbol of your past failures and future forebodings. It's just a tree again.
For my part, I can't see a tree like that and not think of home. Yes, perfect reproductions. Far better than anything anonymous poor imprints have managed, despite our imagined techno-miracles. And yet, for me, they all recall a single tree. An ancient specimen in the center of the courtyard at my old school. Particulars make the universal. Didn't they say you were a communist? There's nothing the techno-fascist ballet craves more than the sick, sweet nostalgia for the future we've yet to attain. At higher tiers, this nostalgia also encompasses an appreciation for that which would be lost, were a radiant dawn to come to pass. Technology does not exist in opposition to nature. It masters, dominates, but also respects that which knows its role. Like the relationship between man and slave. We make each other. That's the idea, of course. They're not native to this place. They were carried clipping by clipping from the temperate zones of the Empire. But here's the rub. They never truly adapt to their adopted climes.
Like you, the eternal stranger. All safe houses, no home. You are reminded of certain religious teachers of your childhood who wore traditional silk raiments all year round.
The result is that all Lucian ginkgos, wherever they are in the world, lose their leaves at precisely the same time every year. What's more, they lose them in spectacular fashion over the course of just a few hours. In the morning you might see them in their full glory, and by evening they'll be naked. It's incomparable.
And one's appreciation for it only deepens the more you understand its significance. The envoys of the first illuminated empire made sure to plant ginkgos in every territory they claimed. Thus, wherever the empire's light touched, no matter how remote or seemingly inhospitable, there's a reminder of home.
It's evening in Party Alley. The people were out, searching for comfort and pleasure. Patchy fog in the morning expected to burn off yesterday's illusions. Increasing clouds, low near 9 degrees.
Thank you for indulging a poor man's whims. I was afraid I'd miss the leaves falling this year. Very good. Now tell me, what's it like? I want to feel like I'm there, looking at it with you. I've been in this timeless box. Disappointing. But tell me this at least. Does it still have its leaves? Good. That's good. Thank you for letting me know. I was afraid I would miss them falling this... Go ahead. I'm at your disposal. Don't...
The receipt used...